Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and hello. I don't know why I'm being quiet. It's because I had one ear come off. I've got to listen out. So let me crank the tunes down a tiny bit. Get them down real low whilst we just chat. Oh, I don't know if I can close my door or not. I'm dog sitting again, so you will hear barking. You know? It's one of those things. So, I don't, I have 6 weeks off now, which means 6 weeks that I can stream. So, I've decided that I'm going to have some main games. So I'm going to finish Hi-Fi Rush. I'm going to finish Control. I'm going to try and play through... After Hi-Fi Rush, I'm definitely starting Ghost of Tsushima. I'm probably going to sprinkle a few non-continuous little games to play. So, like, Elden Ring. I'm looking to do another run in Elden Ring. Indiana Jones, The Great Circle I intend to do. I've got 6 weeks, so I've got a lot of games to play through that I'm planning to play through. I'm planning on doing another Cyberpunk playthrough. That one could take us quite a while, but that could be short, or it could be 7 days back-to-back of 10-hour streams. Who knows? When it comes to Cyberpunk, I really like that game, but there's a lot of achievements I've already got, so there's a lot of stuff I wouldn't do. But there is a new update out. And, I do need to install it. There's a bunch of demos that I'm probably never going to get around to playing. I was going to do a demo day. Might do demo day tomorrow. Do an extended demo day stream. Just in the morning into the afternoon. An hour for each demo. Play through some demos. Play through 4 demos for an hour. You know? Thinking about it. On the fence. And I'm very much aware, for viewers, there's nobody here, so I'm just going to start playing rimworld now. Also, we come into the new camera placement. I do like it. We also hit 290 followers, so our new goal for 300 started. Hello, Ionic. Welcome to rimworld. Randomize seed. And generate. We only have core, and we only have harmony in Twitch chat. So Ionic, you have a chance to actually be in my game. I'm going to select a random site because we're doing the tutorial. Flat, limestone, sandstone, slate. Average temperature is -9 degrees C. It's September. It rains. It has 50% coverage of berries. Please choose a template forest with no hills. Light green with no brown dots. There we go. Choose a character you want to use. Drag a character from the left bar part of the screen to the top or bottom to select part of them. Alright. So... physically dull, isn't physically out of tune with others. She's affected by psychic phenomenon. Incapable of caring or being social. It's fine. Greedy. Body modder. Not incapable of anything. No health issues so far. Staggeringly ugly and gourmand. Life revolves around food. He will get hungry quickly and will occasionally be overcome with the urge to eat ravenously, even when not hungry. This is a good starting set of people, I think. So I'm just going to click start. Please check out from the left behind the group at the bottom. Right, so left behind. Can we have 4 then? Caring, social, abrasive, greedy, tough, physically deaf, cannibal. You know what? Incapable of caring and social. 1 second. There's something I found. Where is it? Is it a guide or is it a discussion? Gameplay basics. There was a very good document on beginner's guide, detailed. I'm gonna bookmark this page. What's the thing that I need to be careful of with incapable and caring? I guess this is just the tutorial, but so dumb labor, smart labor, violent, incapable of firefighting, hauling, incapable of cleaning. Right, that's fine. I think everybody's fine. Randomize a character. Right, we'll randomize the deaf cannibal. Oh, nope. Let's go. Nope. Shop kid, herbalist with good health. That should be fine. I know a little bit about rimworld. Enough to know that there's traits that I shouldn't take. Unless I want it to be challenging. The three of you awake in your crow sleep sarcophagi to the sound of sirens and ripping metal. You barely get out to the escape pod before the ship is torn apart. So later you land on this unknown world. A piece of the shredding starship falls around you. You start making plans to survive. Okay. So WASD to move around. So mouse wheel up and down. Pause time by pressing the space key. We're using them in the corner. Okay. Control time with 1, 2, 3. 1. Click the architect tab. And I want a zone. A stockpile zone. Okay. So, to allow your colonists to bring items to the stockpile, you must remove items forbidden designation. Clicking starting items to select them. Okay, so we'll select these. What do I have to do? Click. Oh. Is there a way I can do this for all of this? I can just do it like this. Or draft. Is there an easier way to do this? Click architect. Then you can click orders. And then you can click allow. Ah. Architect. Orders, allow. Can I just select stuff? Oh, I can. Oh, okay. That's a lot easier. So if I just select everything in this area. There we go. So, architect structure, wall. Wood is the material. Oh, you have to do it bit by bit. Okay. Okay. There we go. We got walls made. So add a door here. Then furniture, beds. Right, 1, 2, 3. A torch. Put a torch there. Pet will sleep inside with you. Place the animal sleeping spot inside the room. Animal sleeping spot they can sleep near the door. They can sleep there. Put a horseshoe pin outside the area. So recreation, horseshoe pin. Let's put you. I guess we'll put you up here. Place a growing zone. So zones, growing zone here. Right click exit mode. Click your growing zone to select it. Bottom click plant potato plant. We should be growing potato plant. Grow some rice. Rice plant. Click a colonist to select them. Right click the weapon you want them to equip. So just click him. Right click the weapon you want to equip. So right click, already sewing. So, okay. Select Hector. Nope. Select Harris. Let's see. There's a weapon somewhere. Oh, I can tend to equip. Oh, I can tend to equip that. And then click equip. I've done that. It can do it. Do it for each colonist, right? Okay. Hector, you can have a knife. And Crimson, you can equip this pistol, I guess. I haven't looked at your stats to make sure that these are all the good choices. Now you need some food to make stove. Build a fueled stove inside the room. Okay, so production, build stove. I'm going in that corner there. Wait for the stove to be built. Click the stove to select it. Open the bills tab. Click add bill. Click simple meal on the context menu. Okay. So what's Crimson doing? Crimson? No? Gear? What's Crimson doing? Cloud watching. Alright, fair enough. I just realized I got my music playing. I can go. If I click off it, does it keep it? Yeah, just keep it running there. That's fine. Turn some of the audio down. Let's turn that back up. Like the ambient and the music. There we go. That's a bit better. Right. To the cat. I literally can't do anything with the cat until... The cat's name is Jennifer. They're healthy. Thanks, Crimson. Making my life a lot easier. Alright, select this. Bills. Add a bill. Cook a simple meal. And then increase that to 10. There we go. Now you can still cook some food. Next you want to mine some materials. Or spawn some materials near your base. Designate for mining. So it's architect orders mine. Oh, I can do that. Oh, can I just do it like this? There we go. I want some harvest some wood, so I want to chop wood too. So I probably want to chop down 10 trees. So if I just select all the trees that are over here. Does that do it? Okay. You can control columns. Open work tab at the bottom of the screen. Work. So you can control what does what kinds of work using the checkboxes. Colonists will do tasks in order from left to right. Try changing some settings, but where colonists always follow their work priorities, even if this makes them do dumb things. Setting up smart work regimes is an important skill in rimworld, so set the work setting carefully and review them often. Right, so Crimson, let me get to this. I want to see... I don't know Crimson's stats, his information. Right. Take them off then. Alright, architect production. We want to make a simple research bench. How do I rotate this? Can I rotate this? Oh, E. I could put that there. Prevents another bed going in place in the way that I want it to, but it should be fine. Right, research tab. So, we want to do research. We might have to wait for research bench to be constructed or for trees to be chopped for wood. If it's taking too long, use the work tab to assign more colonists to construct. So, mains, stone cutting, cut rock and stone blocks for use in construction, building beautiful stone tile floors or ugly concrete walkways. Make passive coolers to cool out indoor spaces without using electricity. Complex furniture, which includes everything in complex clothing. So we probably want to assign that. Alright, so how do I do this? Ah, that's a stone cutting, passive cooling, complex fencing, everything's finished. Devastrand plant. Devastrand, a slowly growing mushroom that yields an exceptionally tough heat-resistant plant fiber. Oh. A recursive boat or tree sowing. Sow the local biomes, natural fauna trees in your fields. Ooh. Permissian, mutant plant matter that doesn't go bad for a long time, great for travelling. And carpet making and then smithing. So I want to research that. Now you want to expand the home. Colonists will clean floors and extinguish fires in the home area only, and fires or filth outside of it. The home area is added automatically when you build things. You also expand it automatically. Simply expand home area and drag the area. Architect zone. Expand home area. But if I add all of this into the home area, and I add all of... No. Oh, I have to build a roof here. Look at this. Next, architect, security, sandbags. Okay. To wait for construction to be built, consider using the work to assign more colonists to construct. Experience for children to wait. When something's built, I'll send an attacker to test your defences. Uh-oh. That just instill confidence in me. See if I can... Oh. Resource readout. Heat overlay, which is the air temperature in each room and outdoors. Okay. Automatic rebuild to destroyed air construction home area. Yep. Visibility terrain ordnance. Okay. Fertility overlay. Visible roofs. No. Colonist bar. The hot G key. Room stats. Talk the beauty display. Don't care about any of that. Visibility of zones, visibility learning help. Okay, so basically we're just going to sit and watch them do their work. Because they're Harris and Crimson sharing a bed, but no, Crimson's just working over Harris while Harris sleeps. We'll copy end table dresser, deconstruct, uninstall. Oh, there we go. Right, let's speed it up then. Let's speed up time. Okay. So at this point we just sit and look around the area. We've got some old ruins of a building over here, possibly a graveyard, so that could be cool. We've got another building up here with... Ooh. For the colonists are not allowed to interact with this, click allow. I have to wait for them to do the sandbags because we're in the tutorial. Okay. So sandbags is just part of the tutorial to explain defenses. There's a tomb building over here that might have something. Where are we dead in the middle? There's lots of buildings around. Not much mineable rock space that we can make use of. That doesn't instill confidence in me overall. What are these here? Oh, we've got hogs. We've got all the packages dotted about. We've got some berry bushes dotted around. Here's the cat, Jennifer, who I can't give a name yet. I had to quickly check that we are connected. Yeah, we are currently connected. Okay, so eventually they'll get to finishing the roof and then they'll just start on that. There's a hole in the... What's going on here? There's just a hole in the wall. What? Oh, there we go. Did Crimson like accidentally put a hole in the wall when putting the roof on? Or did they have to make that hole to get onto the roof? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're putting these sandbags up pretty quick. Harris, what are you doing? Oh, he's just watching the sunset. Okay. Crimson, what are you doing? Crimson? Just going for a walk. Just exploring. Harris is now sampling a meal. Hector's getting compact steel. Interesting. Okay. Pause the game by hitting space. Read the red letter in the bottom right of the screen. Draft your colonists by selecting them and hitting draft command. Group of pirates from Torture Rig have arrived nearby. They're attacking immediately. Send colonists here. So. No, what do I have to do? Draft? Right click to send them to a position inside the sandbag. Well, we'll put them there. Colonists must be touching cover to benefit from it. Once you're in cover, wait for the attacker to approach. Comes will shoot automatically. So you're going to be drafted to stand here. And Harris, you're going to be drafted to go here. You can fire at will. You don't need to melee attack and you've got a weapon. Right, okay, so we should be good. They've all been drafted. The enemy's coming from the right side somewhere. I'm pretty sure it said. Oh. We had a good spread. There we go, success. Now undraft all your colonists to same as before. Okay, there's tons more to learn, including prisoner hunting, trade, animals, taming, much more. We have to get the basics down. Random instances were disabled during this tutorial. To begin the real game, open the menu options, gameplay button in the left column, mod the 5-button storyteller settings. What? Options? General. Gameplay button on the left column. Click the modify button beside storyteller settings. There isn't a modify button list. Oh, gameplay. Ah, found it. Modify button beside storyteller settings, and we are. We're gonna go for an adventure story. I already know that these can be like interesting. I'm gonna go for a Randy Random's adventure story. Not too hard, not too easy. My first one. Okay, so we go back down to this. We can select all this and strip over loads. Allow taking this. Allow taking this. I saw some items nearby that I wanted to allow us to take, so these items are allowed. So yeah, pretty much just architect, zone. Stockpile zone, dumping stockpile zone, construct, trunk zone. Fence gate. Okay, let's build out of wood. Attached to the house here. I'm gonna put a wooden door here and a wooden door here. We're gonna give it. Zone it as a stockpile zone. The shelves and storage tab. Shelves store 3 times as much as empty ground. Items on shelves will never deteriorate and don't affect the beauty of the surroundings. You can also, so first, link storage settings. So I'm going to reduce that. storage tab. Storage. They come under like shelves like in here. Then I can think. First, like 2 more shelves and click link storage settings. Bam, bam. Okay, cool. So they're all linked. Is he dead or is he alive? Oh. Can I capture not reachable and reserved and close button mark? Okay, so yeah, let's send Hector to go and prioritize stripping him. You know, we'll get some free clothes off him. There you go. Tend to him? No. Maim him to death. We don't want a dead guy just lying here. Might as well finish him off. There we go. Thank you. So that can interact with this. Crimson? What do you want to do with this? Consume Bishop dead, disliked food. Can I? Well, you don't really need to. There we go. They're starting to build the shelves. This is good. Okay, cool. So if I go architect, I go zone, and I go. So that's already marked as a stockwell zone. Okay, architect, furniture, wooden shelf. No. There we go. That should give us plenty of ample storage. And then structure. Bridge, no. Animal flat. Okay, so shelves. I need to do this, and do link settings. That's fine. Storage tab. You can configure stockpiles and storage buildings by selecting them and opening the storage tab up at the bottom left. So if I select this, storage. Okay. Giving commands to pawns, you can queue up multiple orders by holding shift. This works when giving jobs to undrafted pawns. Okay. What's that? That's a boom rat mail. That's not good. What we probably want to do is do orders. Just I've already forgotten how we work. It's all fine. Schedule, that's all fine. Assign. No, that's fine. They can do whatever they want. That'll be built. They'll grab it eventually. Hector, why don't you... all the silver real quick. And architect orders. Which wood do we need? We just mark all of this to be gone. Organize for all planted in this space to go. They can all be felled. Tame animals, harvest animals, hunt. Okay, we don't want to hunt you. We probably want to hunt you. Okay, Harris is getting the stuff, so that's good. Crimson's going hunting. Good for you, Crimson. Harris is what's Harris going for? Oh, Harris is going for the box. Okay. That's full package meal. Come on, Crimson. Oh, you hit it. Injured it twice. Come on, Crimson. Oh, so close. It's very injured. He is bleeding. Oh, do we want to go near that sloth? It'll be fine. He'll figure it out. Is the sloth going to attack us, do we think? The mega sloth. All this? Oh, just stone and steel. Oh. If you're feeling brave enough, you can try and grab it. I'm not going to say no. Crimson, are you ever actually going to get this? Right, whatever. Work, architecture, orders, harvest. Anything in this space that could be harvested would be harvested. You. Hunt. The hole here, a steam geyser. Jesus Christ, Crimson, just kill the bloody pig already. It's a young pig to chase after it. Oh, he's nearly got it. What's that though? A timber wolf. That timber wolf gonna cause us problems. He's actually trying to fix this. The sandstone sarcophagus. Must designate some items are always hold one copy designated. Must designate plants. Okay. So what's Hector doing right now? Hector's just mining. Alright, ancient danger. As I was just near the ancient wall, a sense of forbidden overcomes him. He isn't sure why, but he feels that the dusty structure may contain great danger. That's Harris. Where's Harris? Oh. What mega structure are you going near, Harris? Or is he talking about the rock? Is Harris going near the rock and just feeling dread? Oh, come on, Harris. Come on. Nice. I'm going to deconstruct all of this, I think. Architect orders deconstruct all of this. And all of this. And we'll work on deconstructing all of this too. Just the materials. Architect, we want to harvest pretty much anything in this area too. That you can have if you want. And then I guess we could start giving names to people. I guess. We just wait for our next person. Cool, Harris is bringing back stone. I assume enemy. Oh, steel too. That's good. Anything else we could do with? I'll grab these. At some point. That should be fine. Is there any more care packages? There's rhinos up there, so we're not going to have him go near them. These up here are allowed. Don't know what this ship chunk is. Deconstruction line? Deconstruct that at some point. Yeah, it's pretty good. Right, let's go. Twitch. Link to name. So, how do I do this? What's the nickname? Is switch name. Nickname is what you can give it for yourself. Training needs health. Which? How do I change the nickname of the cat? View information. How do I change the name? Turn that down in the ABS. Put that to the cap it. How do I? Yeah, that's fine. How do I rename Jennifer? Can I not? Harris is a soldier. Okay. Unrestricted, area 1 home, healthy, 2 more cats. How's our research on this going? Not very well. So how do you rename the animals? History, factions, menu. Quests. I have no quests right now. We can also do research. Alright, leave them not to get themselves slaughtered. Crafting spot, butcher spot. Stonecutter's table, and electric smelter. I guess what would be good then if I did structure do I just have a lot of silver and a lot of wood, so I can't do wood? Marriage spot, party zone, grave, sarcophagus, egg box, rocket tool cabinets. Okay, security, sandbagging, barricades, spike traps. Floor. We could do wood floor. Okay. Should be fine. Lots of medicine, some raw potatoes. There we go. That'll do. Good luck to you, Harris. Oh, there's llama over there. We can hunt some llama too. So you'll be here for a while. Crimson think you should give your faction a name. What should we be called? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Equinator. Crimson also thinks you should give the settlement a name. What should we be called? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the... Let's see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll be from Hadston. There we go. That raccoon's been dead for a while. There you go. Ooh. Mark all this for something just new lovers. Hector tried to attract Crimson by telling a story about freedom of speech. Crimson became aroused and agreed to become Hector's lover. Hector and Crimson now want to sleep together. Consider assigning them a double bed. Alright, Hector and Crimson, calm down. Do we only have steel? Do we not have any wood? Well, at least it's our only mineable zone at the moment. Which is fine. Crimson, where are you? Okay, you're moving stuff in. Hector's just mining away, and Harris is just collecting bits. Just bits and stuff. I don't know how I make a... steel wall. Possible wall. Have we moved from wood? Got wood. Smooth walls, deconstruct. I guess it's just because we have loads of wood and no. Or loads of stone. Loads of steel. Guess what we could do is build a steel structure. The door in the corner. This game is so fucking good. What mods? So it's literally just the base game, and I have the Twitch integration mod. So if you wanted to become, where is my animal? Where's Jennifer? Jennifer is here. Twitch. There you go. Amma, when you speak now, you're Jennifer the cat. Enjoy role playing as Jennifer the cat. Did something just happen? Something just flew by the sky. The hell was that? First playthrough? Yeah, first time ever playing. Literally did the tutorial and I'm just gunning it in hope for the best. It's true. Cat Amma base game is great in its own. Next to the one of slaughter? No, thank you. Let's get this done. I don't get. I want to make this look like a cooling zone or something. Expand that area, clear that area, build a roof, remove a roof, ignore roofs. Cat together strong. Cat alone. Cat alone stronger. Just a single cat. Stockpile zone, dumping pile zone, growing zone, shrinking zone. Remove snow. No temperature. Passive cooler. Oh, not enough. Oh, we need wood. So basically, I need to. Hope he finishes his wall soon so we can start building stuff. Wow. Where's Harris? Oh, he's out hunting gathering. He's sleepy though. He's working on it. Eventually, this place will be fully built when they decide that they're going to go and get more wood. Sleepy Jennifer. Wait, a manhunter pack? What? A manhunter pack. A pack of manhunting squirrels have entered the area. Driven insane by the disease known as Scaria, they will roam the region hunting for humanoid flesh. They won't attack doors unless they see someone go through the door. Hide inside and you'll be safe. They won't attack powered of turrets, so turn your turrets off to save them. Squirrels will leave the area in 1 or 2 days. You can hide away them out or fight them. There's 1. Maybe 2? Right. You. I can do something to you apparently. Where I can decide what he does. You can attack them. You can fire at will. This used to be a pretty much non-issue, but it made it worse, so probably be careful. I guess we'll see. I'm kind of scared that they're going to infect the other squirrel. They're going to be here for 1 or 2 days, and I've got stuff I need to do. So I'm going to send Crimson out. A wild woman wanders in. Crimson, good luck. Crimson shot 1. Oh, he's been attacked. How are you doing? No injuries? Oh, we got them both. I think that's it. So it's a goods trader from the Glanadier Unifaction, and then a person living among the wild animals has wandered the area. She's called Grey. You can attempt to tame her. Hang on. I can attempt to tame her? What does tame? 1. Where's the base? Here. Base is here. There we go. We can attempt. What does attempt to tame her mean? Can I like take Crimson to undraft? Try to arrest Grey, 10% chance. No, how do I? Hunt? Tame. Oh. No handler capable of taming wild animals. Requires level 7 animals. Beast capable handler Crimson has 5. Warning. Wild woman may attack upon failed taming attempts, 10% chance. Oh. So she's literally a wild woman. So what we should be doing is cancel that request. Right, a trader. An ex-lover of Crimson Oh, and they're just here. They're just chilling. Oh, Hector can, like, trade exotic goods. Okay, I don't know what it means. Basically a wild animal, but humanoid and contained like a wild animal. Components? What do we have? We need food. Food's not willing to buy. What am I willing to... What can I buy? How does this work? Up and down. Oh, is this me selling stuff? Or is it me buying stuff? And how do I know how much money I have? Silver? Is silver the currency? Okay, silver mostly used as a common currency. So, I have 192 silver. This guy has 1,183. So, if I wanted to buy some packaged survival meals at 16 each. Components with 36. 21. Luciferium is a treat. Luciferium here. A concoction of mechanites that dramatically improve the body's functioning in all aspects. Over time, it can even heal old, scarred over wounds or brain damage, though it cannot regenerate the symptoms. Unfortunately, with the moderating effects of regular dose every 5 or 6 days, they lose cohesion, causing continuous berserk rages and eventually death. After the first dose, there's no way to get the mechanites out, ever. On the... Amma, did you try and get me addicted to drugs? Oh, they got books on shooting. Is buying a book on shooting good? Because can't I just tell them to hunt everything and they'll do that? Gold, a telescope. The sell and buy prices depend on your used con social skills. The better the skill, the better the price in your favour. Okay, a flat screen television. Pixel transmissions from ancient satellites and ubiquitous data cards. Oh man. I could build that. And Santi Lance. No. A leg? No. Bike stalk? No. Joy wire? Brain implants. While it dramatically boosts users' mood, the blanket of happiness makes it hard to concentrate on anything real. Books useful for getting low skill people to learn something. See, here's the thing. I don't know who might... How do I... If I pause this, because I'll stay. If I select Crimson. Gear? No. Social? No. Bio? Shooting 8. 3 and 11. Hector I've got on melee though. Plants, medical, social. No social and 0 socials. The car house could do with the social book, so I'll make Crimson. Crimson will never do social with them. Oh, so it has to be Harris. Pretty much ubiquity has to be Harris. That's too much. Shooting would be good though. I'd like to buy more, but I can't. I'm not buying donkeys. There we go. They're gonna sit and read that for a bit. They're just gonna sit and chat. We can probably dismiss them now, can't we? I think we've done everything we can. So if I use Harris to dismiss them. So my work tab, I've hardly done anything to change this. So firefights right now. Patient. We'll turn that off. Doctor, I can turn off. Bed rest can stay. Basic can stay. Warden. No. Handle. All 3 of these can do that. Cooking. Herbalist can do, and the soldier can leave. Hunt. All of them can hunt. Construct. All of them can construct. Grow. The herbalist can backgrown. Mining. You can also mine. Plant cook can be you. Smithing can be you and you. Tailoring can be the herbalist. Art. None of you need to. Crafting. All of you can craft. All of you can hold clean, and all of you can research. The way you can get better to hunt, they need a ranged weapon. Yeah, I know. Well, only one of them doesn't, which I think is Hector. So, you know. But he's learning. We have a club in storage somewhere. One is done first, 4 is done last. Right, so I can set that to 4. That could be a 2. That could be a 1. Handle could be a 1. Cook can be a 2. Hunt can be 3. Construct can be 2. Grow can be 2. Mine can be 3. Plant cook can be 3. Smith can be 4. Tailor can be 4. Crafting can be a solid 2. Hauling can be a solid 2. Cleaning can be a solid 3. Research can be a solid 3. Hello, Process. How are you? Process. Wait, why Grace just walked in? Process, would you like to be an animal or a human? Would you like to take over one of my people, either Harris, Hector, or Crimson? Or would you like to become a... would you like to become Grey, the house wife slash random animal that animal lady that I seem to have, you know, became friends with? I can make it happen. I can have you speak in the game. There we go. You are the housewife. There we go. You're in the game now, Process. How you doing today? So my friends also offered to teach me this, which is pretty good. Apparently there's a multiplayer mod. So, at least now we know things are going to get built. I want to turn this into a cold storage room. So I probably need to order. Everything in this space gets cut. Everything in this place gets chopped. Everything in this space gets mined. And then there's... How do I make it a cool zone? Production? Crafting spot, butcher's table, food stove, electric stove, hopper, stone cutter table, electric hand, tailor bench. Horseshoes game trains the shooting skill. That's awesome. I have that set up outside the house. Sun lamps, animal beds, power conduits, security, barricades, party spot, grave sarcophagus. This is what no, it wasn't one of these. Floors. No. Temperature. Oh, I was gonna make this. Oh, I can't make it a passive cooler. That was it. I need more wood. Because I was going to move all the bedrooms in there, so if at least the bedroom burns down. Can I... Structure still wall, just replace this. The still wall too. Will it just do it? I assume it will. Because I can do this area too, even though that's going to be really annoying to do. I have a steel door on the outside of each of these. Makes a bit more score. You don't know how much I love that replacing walls is now a base game feature. Was it not? Like the only mod I have is the Twitch mod. I really like that my cat really likes base game features. Little Jennifer. Whereas Process is just out here living in the world world. So my thing, chat, is if you want to, I'm going to fully encourage this. Feel free to roleplay in my chat. Roleplay is the thing you've become. You are completely free to type meow, or Process being that you're a wild woman, just basically typing garbage speak, just bark. Oh, they're waving at each other, that's nice. We have wood again. This is brilliant. We have wood again. All of this rice is like mostly grown, which is good. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. So I haven't done anything else with the bot commands on this, or for it speaking through me to just do everything. Roleplay. I, the cat is hungry. Housewife, I demand some food. Pronto. Currently, the housewife is asleep outside, and none of us are social enough or strong enough to be able to tame it. Do I just get, like, Hector to learn how to tame stuff? Do I just start picking random animals and see if we can tame them? Hunt for your ruler, you peasants. Get out the wall! What the hell are you doing in the wall? There's a dead body over here that we've just left. There's a rabbit here. Can we tame the rabbit? Tame. So Crimson's probably the best one to try and tame the rabbit. And the squirrel. How the hell do we level taming then? The Baldur's Gate cat. That is fair. That is very fair. I appreciate that. It's a good cat to roleplay. Shush house. Shush feline, I tire. Just living the best life out here. Part tempted to... No, I won't have them hunt. I won't have them hunt. You'll just be off on your own adventures. We'll keep up with the process just randomly. We can't tame any of these either. Ooh, steel. Another dead animal. A loud snore. Taming animals depends on the animal skill. Animal skill is related to hunting, taming, and training animals. So I have to hunt a lot of animals to be able to tame a lot of animals. That's not the end of the world, I guess. Wooden floor blueprint. Ooh. Wait, why are they deconstructing this entire... Oh, well, ignore me. I know why. Because I told them to. Right, we'll just leave this at full speed. Instead, what we'll do is we'll set this to hunt. And let's see if we can find some other little animals to hunt. Low food. That's not good. Get the animals tab for me, please. Animals. Just you. Manage auto store to manage areas. A new area. So allowed areas. Colonists and colony animals can be assigned to allowed areas. This forbids them from taking destinations outside their allowed area. This can be used, for example, forbid colonists from going outside. Create multiple allowed areas and assign them to different colonists and animals. Create, delete, and schedule. Okay. No, you cannot train a cat, apparently. You getting hunted too. That could be deconstructed at some point. When they find the time. Once this place set up. Cats are royal and don't work for people like peasant dogs. Man, I wish I had a dog. Oh, there's a dead squirrel there. Haul it. Haul it. A marble chunk. No. Haul it. All of these allowed. They'll get around to it. Haul it and haul it. Get them out there eventually. Doubling an object to select multiple. I know. Oh my god. Sandstone chunks, limestone chunks. Just select all of them in an area. Wow. Okay. So that's gonna make life a lot easier if I want to be like selecting the trees. Oh, it doesn't work for the trees. I can extract the trees, though. Oh, they can't cut down some of these trees because the trees aren't fully grown. That's probably why they're not touching some of the trees. Oh, who's off hunting? The Harris? No, it's Crimson. Crimson's off on a killing spree. Oh, he's after the squirrel. Go for that, too. Rapidly digs around the garden. Where's my gold? Process, you've also ended up as one of my balls. Right, orders. I can do hunt on all of these guys too. Basically, any hogs I see, I'm just going to tell them to hunt. Because it doesn't make sense not to. I'm going to mark these for deconstruction. And all this for deconstruction too. We end up as two different animals. Right, what's Hector going to do now? What's he prioritizing? Oh, the prioritizing the deconstruction. At some point, process, you're going to be hunted. And good luck with that one. Right, if I go orders and I go harvest and I just select like this entire space here, one of them will get around to it. When they're like, Willow food! Yeah, you'll figure it out. I probably need more shelves, I guess? When do shelves fill? How do I know when they're full? I have an empty space there. We're still making wooden floor. What were you doing then? What are you doing, you little creature? Also, you tell her, Randy Random. So, I did some reading of the Mega Guide. And that seemed to really help. Like, understand the start. You're a body mod, a shop kid, you're a housewife. Shooting, melee, construction, cooking, medical. You need to be tamed. And Crimson's currently 5 with animals. Progress at next level. Constructing, melee, shooting. You know what, driven let me be hunted, you were cool. This is true. I'm capable of caring and being social. And basically it's just out of tune with other people. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. Hector, you're... If I go work with you, your growing should be your highest priority. Your plant cutting should be your highest priority. Crimson, your hunting with Harris should be, and your hauling should be higher too. There we go. Covenant hunting for your royalty. It's true. How do I cancel? I don't know. Oh, if I just, I guess if I select all of that floor, I can just cancel the wooden floor building. That probably saves us a bunch of time and resources. Being that it's not like a necessity. It doesn't free up any of my wood though. It does create the problem where I still need to figure out the food problem. How do I get them to, like, how do I tell them to... Okay, health tells, perish dead days, unroofed outdoors deteriorating. How do I get them to, like, specifically... Do I have to select a person and do haul? I think I have to do this, and then this. Cannot haul while bored, no empty accessible spot configured to store it. Oh, do I? Okay, so I need to prioritize the wood cutting. So I can go architecture, structure, no. Temperature. I need a passive cooler, which requires wood, and that's an active cooler, which I don't have all the parts, or event. In 2 rooms, okay. I mean, yeah, it was gonna be my just move it over. This when I kill all the stuff. Can we tame the timber wolf? Okay, cancel. Well, he ate one of the animals. Well, you can hunt these, I guess. Architect, orders. What the hell? Face?
F4C just resubscribed for 3 months.
Just mark all these for hunting. Hey, Face! Thanks for subscribing, or resubscribing. Totally scared the crap out of me. Face, do you want to be... What do you want to be? I can find you an animal to be. Do you want... You know what? Timberwolf? No. There we go. Oh. This is you, Face. You are this age 7 male Timberwolf. I hope that's okay. Ooh, Can we do anything with the dead raccoon? Awesome. I like when my wolf speaks. I hope I eat... What the hell? Is it a bad idea to get them hunting animals now when we have no place to store it? Well, Hector's currently getting food, so if I go here, I go bills. Add bill. Simple meals produces 4, requires more. Fine meals, lavish meals, vegetarian meals. Okay, so we'll be fine because we're getting seed and stuff. There, it puts you in my game. I'm trying to keep my regular people off this now, though I should, if you would like to be a person, you have just resubscribed, so therefore you've just spent $5 on me. I will make you an animal if you wish. Oh look, they've died. Can I pull their head off yet? If I select, like, Harris, cannot haul, can I not remove his head? How do I get them to, like, break that? You like being a wolf? Okay, you're just roaming around in my area, chilling. This is all allowed. This is all rice. Ration free days spawns in 40 days, unroofed outdoors for 6 days. Okay, so they should get that. When I die, I could be another potentially fine animal. Yes, you can. We've got Process over here, who is a housewife wild woman. You need a DLC to... Oh, is that a DLC? I have none of the DLC. I'd have the base game. That's fine. Knowing what's cool content I've seen from DLC and what's in the base game, 2 different things. We need to eat more chicken wings. I have chicken wings ready to cook. I don't have any right now. I don't have the capacity to eat any. I built the DLC and a mod it to hell. I don't doubt it. God, no, not the chicken nugget lord. These people, Face, they don't know about the chicken nugget stuff. I know Amma said it, but Face, we're not to bring that up. We're not going through the past anymore. Do I just put more shelves in the storage? I think I should, shouldn't I? Furniture. Steel shelf. Missing on me. Okay, let's just go 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Because eventually that'll go there. And then eventually all the trees will grow. Oh, a process inside it? Okay. Because there's a law between me and eating an ungodly amount of chicken nuggets from McDonald's. So, just hanging out with each other. Nothing's going wrong at the moment, and I know I've just jinxed myself by saying that, but I don't, you know. I had them finish mining here. Next, I'll get them, you know what, orders, mine at this place here. Oh, hey, you, hunt. All of you can be brought in. Crimson, like, aggressively going after that turkey. No one isn't worth it.
What is the nugget law?
Consume turkey dead. Do it. What is the nugget law? So, back in the day, let's just watch Harris. He's aggressively eating turkey. Good for you, Harris. Now to get, I guess we get Hector out here to do the same thing. Consume some turkey. And Crimson, you can have some too, I guess. Maybe. So, Crimson, consume some turkey. So, let's just let them play for a bit. Back in one of the old communities that I was in, Hector, I want you to haul all this and store it inside if you can, or build the shelves. Oh, we have loads of shelves now. We have more shelves, so maybe I'll start hauling it. I'm just gonna let it sit for a bit like this at full speed. I was in a community grant ammunition, and I don't know how this happened, but before I was literally going on holiday, people offered to give me money to go to McDonald's to buy chicken nuggets. So I bought 3 boxes of 20 chicken nuggets, so 60 chicken nuggets, and ate them in one night and gave myself 2 weeks of the worst heartburn when I went on holiday. There is also an emote, which, to be fair, I could make it a Twitch emote now, an official Twitch emote. Don't skip the photo. I did take a photo with a box of chicken nuggets on my ass and send it into a community of lots of people. I won't deny. Thank you. Thank you, Face the Wolf, for making me relive that one. And I'd do it again. That photo still exists. Somebody still has it somewhere. I don't have it specifically, but I know somebody else probably does. Oh my god, my wolf is lying at my cat. There's a heat wave. What do I do about this? Minor break risk. Minor break risk. What's this? Constantly in poor mood and may have a minor mental break at any time. Crimson. These colonists need tabs to see what's bothering them. So. Okay. And a heat wave. Heat waves can induce deadly heat strokes. Take over a building in a passive or electric cool up by getting deep underground where the rocks are naturally cool. Okay. Passive cooler and a cooler. So it requires wood and 4 days to build. Okay. And a regular cooler. Close this. Keep it paused for a second. Temperature. I can make a passive cooler, which I want to sort of put back here. Oh, does it have to be inside the house, the passive cooler? Wait, do I just put it like here, and then put one like here, and then put one like here, and then I tell that one to cancel? Is that how that works? Is that how the passive cooler works? Don't despise my keyboard, it feels so natural to me. Hey, Face the Wolf. Is that how the passive cooler works? Yes, passive cooler just passively calls the room. Okay, thank God. Just put it in the room's fine. Food binge, Harris. Harris is picking out on food. This happens because of poor mood. The final straw was 8 corpse. Do you care if your name is doxed in Discord? Not really. People here already know my name probably, and if they don't, well, you know, is that a dead snake? Oh, it's the squirrel. It's the squirrel skeleton. Okay, that's fine. Harris is stealing that book. Missed the passive cooler converter. That's fine. Heater electrically heats a room. Okay. Cool. Process is over here chilling. You know what? Orders. Slaughter a tame animal. Tame. Can you tame any of these? None of them. Right, might as well just hunt all of them then, mightn't you? Don't try and hunt. Are mega sloths evil in this, or are they safe to, you know, do whatever to? I know we're going to be careful of the thing. How do I build a place to store food? If you look under the wildlife tab. Okay. 10 more under 30%. How does this work? 30%. Chance the creature will attack when a temperature attainment end fails. Ah. Oh, so alpacas. There's a 10% chance if anybody tries to tame process and fails that they'll attack. So, you know, process. Eventually, somebody may try and tame you. Hope that's okay. So, face is a very high chance of, like 100% chance of just attacking us if we attack it. Power cooler, then build a room to store your food in a cold environment. What's this? What's this? You're a rabid creature? Armageddon is being attacked by Face. Face is hunting Armageddon cat for food? What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Right. looks like you're being hunted. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god! Well, doubles the room, loses less cold. If you use 2 doors behind each other, it loses less heat from people entering. Kind of good. Oh wow! So what I'm hearing is I should structure like this, but then put a door here. Same. Oh no, I've done that wrong. That one can go. Cancel that one. Cancel that one. Structure. Wall, 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 wall. Wooden door, wooden door. Uh oh, Face. You're getting hunted. Face is seeking revenge on Crimson. Run away, Crimson! Run away, Crimson! She's rabid! She'll get you! Oh no! Oh, Crimson, run! Crimson's been scratched! Face, you killed my cat! Get him, Hector! It was food! That cat was not food! Right. You can be undrafted now. Go back to your regular lives. I'm sure it'll be fine. You don't need double doors or normal doors, just advertising fridge rooms. I don't know how to make a room a fridge room. Do I just have to do... Can I then, like, mark a room as a fridge room? Zone? How do I mark a room as a medical emergency? Crimson? Crimson's, like, really sick now, aren't they? Or really injured. Blood loss extreme in the whole body. They've got 2 bites, a scratch, a bite, a... Uh-oh. Somebody shot me to death. Yep. Well, we automatically test themselves on the spot at the 7%. Okay. So I'm assuming that Harris is just helping out with this. Heat stroke needs doctor, medical treatment needed, minor break. Harris, are you able to help Crimson? Tend to Crimson without medicine. Try to arrest Crimson 100%. Try to strip Crimson. Tend to Crimson real quick. Because I'm not sure he will know how to either. Maybe we'll be fine? Okay, maybe. Maybe we're okay. Ooh, maybe we're fine. Who knows? Maybe we're fine. Do I need to, like... I'll go structure. Because I'm just gonna... build... Nope, doing this wrong already. Cancel that. Structure. Wood wall. Go to here. Go across to here. Go across to here. And then if I go to production, butcher's table, here. Nutrient paste dispenser we don't have. We could do a fueled stove, technically. We could put that there. A stone cutter's table. We'll put this on the other side, you know. Oh. Wooden stone cutter's table. A hopper. A butcher's spot. I don't know what that means, so I'm just going to put that in this space here. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Crafting spot. Don't already have a crafting spot. I don't know. And all the unclaimed beds, but I don't know how to make... What do you mean? They're not unclaimed, they're unowned. I don't have people to put in them. We haven't tamed process yet. And Harris is just hanging out while he's just stood there. That could be dismissed. Process, you're not tamed. You should just grab them is what I meant. What? Grab who? The wolf? Why is the rice set to not be taken? I guess he's making sure Amma's dead. Read more. Well, that's a shame. Need a miner. Uh-oh. Tamed by bed. Wrap me in bed sheets. I wish that would work. That'd be a good idea. Medical emergency, Hector and Crimson? Oh my god. Harris, can you tend to Hector as well? Health-wise... you might be fine. I am just getting calm, and this is my first world. You should have just let me eat the cat. But you ate one of my viewers. You ate one of my viewers. And now in exchange... eventually it'll find you. There we go. You're now a hunted rabbit too. They were fine with it. Only after I'd ordered you to be attacked did they admit that they were fine with it. You know, there was a slight miscommunication error right there. Can't do anything about that. Blood door print go. Architect. Structure. Wooden door. Put that there. Don't know what this is. Build copy. Tool cabinet. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. No, that too. Oh yeah, how is your arm face? Are we... I'm guessing eventually we can just get Harris like... No, well, I don't want you to move, but hey. Well, you can just... You can sleep now, Harris. You can just... Do whatever you want. Undraft. There we go. I drafted him to stand there and help after them. Starvation. That's probably not good. But we have rice. Bills. Cook simple meals. Add bill. Fine meals. Oh. Don't we have rice? We can cook fine meals now. Requires the skill below. None of your colonists have these skills, so nobody will do this bill. Well, eventually, they'll figure it out, I assume. Hoping the doctor is a good thing Monday. So do I. I hope they do. Medical emergency. Something dinged then. I'm going to pause this again. Shelves, we've done this. Link to and link storage settings, we've done that. Oh, wait. Tick, 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 tick. Link settings. There we go. What's that? What's that little process? There's mud in your toes? Get used to it. Like 5 heal route. Shelves, markers learned. That's fine. Order queuing. Animals would attack doors. Markers learned. Forbidden doors. Rescuing. Rescue a wounded person. Select a healthy colonist and right-click the wounded one. If you rescue non-colonists, they won't necessarily join your colony. They may simply walk away after healing. If you want to guarantee they join, capture them and recruit them. Ah, okay. So, Crimson still majorly beat the heck up. Hector's sort of worked it off. Harris will figure it out. Soup does not work with ADHD superpower. This is true. Uh-oh. Medical emergency. Oh, it's just Crimson again. Sleep it off, buddy. You'll be fine. Infection minor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That infection's getting worse, too. Do I have any medicine? Herbal medicine. A pack of herbal concoction extracted from the hill root plant. It's less potent than... How do I use that? Do I just select you? Be like... Prioritize cleaning blood of Crimson. Clean barracks. Strip Crimson. Cannot tend to Crimson, but not assigned to doctoring. Do I not... Oh, is that like a sign? Harris? You should carry 2 of them at all times. I think that's how that worked. I guess we'll find out. Has anybody actually done any research into anything we wanted to do? We wanted to have a look at this. No. Nobody's done any research. Losing a colony and starting it is one of the best parts. Yeah, I kind of figured that's like the whole goal. They're running off to hunt. How do I... So this is a bit confusing me, obviously. I've shot a lot of animals. They're not collecting them. I assume it's because our storage room wasn't cold enough, but now we have passive cooling. This should now let them store stuff, in theory. 5, none of your contents have the skill required for construction. Do I just have to keep building buildings for them to do that? You have to start researching the research screen. I did click that. Look, I have clicked start research. Stockpile zone. Oh, so it becomes enabled. Okay, so if I go here, no, zone, stockpile zone, here, then I select, I guess I select the storage, corpses, on, plants, off, chunks, off. Ah, okay. Right, that explains it. That explains why they're not bringing the meat back. Stockpile versus storage. Shrink zone, expand home area, expand allowed area, clear allowed area, build a roof, remove roof, ignore roof area. That's fine. I don't know why I'm moving my mouse over. Zoning? Right, okay. I get how that works now. Structures just buildings with fancy doors. Fencing is if I wanted to like trap animals. Columns are animal flaps for animals to come in. Production crafting spots is the next one. Place of crafting simple items like knives or bows. Slow because of lack of tools. That's fine. We have like some crafting spots like here. Butcher spots can literally just be in here. Wooden butcher's table, it's set to be built. I need a butcher zone, which I have 3 butcher zones to use animal corpses. So now they're getting corpses. Good. This is good. So they're off hunting again. So that's going to hopefully solve some of the problems. Hopefully Crimson doesn't die of their major infection. They're incapable of doing... They can't self-tend themselves. Set the butcher bills. Oh, okay. Wait, it's not built, it's the butcher's thing. Do I have to... Oh, do I have to... Oh, add bill. Butcher creature. Let's do this 10 times. And just do it for each. We'll do 5. Each one of these. Because then if people work it... What was the other one? Remove that. Just delete that one. Add bill. Make kibble. Oh, for animals. And make a regular fire and set to simple meal. This is good knowledge. Good information. So a campfire can pretty much go... out here somewhere. Kind of don't want it too close to anything, so I'm going to put it here. Or did I miss something with production? Electric smelter? We don't have electric yet, so we can't do that. Wooden simple research bench is done. Art bench is done. Electrical center. Okay, that's just going to be way too off. Electrical and fueled stoves. Tricky is granular tech. You can technically make better crafting things eventually, but you need easier ones to go with. Too far away for fire. That's... Oh, Hector's... Thank God, Hector's making meat. And it can be stored. This is good. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Crimson's died. Transport crash pod. Vagabond named Pickles is crashing in a transport pod nearby. If he survives the impact, he will be badly wounded. Pickles is from Glenna Unification. If you return home safely, he will spread goodwill between your factions. You can also capture him to recruit for slavery purposes, but will anger the faction. Jump to location. What if we... They can interact with them. Okay. Colonist left unburied. Right, game. How do I bury a colonist? Crimson. Right click. No, Hector. Right click. Strip. And then... I guess I have to mark a thing. Is that a bed to guest? How do I do that? Prisoners set owner, medical, build copy, set for prisoners. Don't think there is an option for guest. I'm gonna make this bed the medical bed though. So when people get injured they can go to a medical bed. And how do I bury someone? I assume I have to go architect. One. To put a chest table here. 2. Misc. Oh, I have to build a grave. Well, let's put their grave. Put their grave here. And then if I make you prioritize this work. And then if we do you, we do Hector, you. How do I put you in the grave? Hey, settings, assign a colonist, Crimson. Does that mean somebody's now going to put Crimson in the grave? Strip. Prioritize stripping Crimson real quick. And then... how do I get you into the grave then? I assume if I select Harris and click the grave, Harris will just do it? Harris is currently in a bin, so I can't, I think. Prioritize burying, there we go. There we go. Right. Well. Technically, Hector, you can have that. And then I guess Harris, you can... is Harris currently... he's picking out on food, so that's fine. Crimson has got sick, that can go. Harris is having a food binge again. Another food binge. There's a major break to him. So what's Harris? Oh, he's just binging on food. So until he's done binging on food, which they have, rescuing, right. Select a healthy colonist and then right click on the wounded one. If you're necessarily non-colonist, they won't necessarily join your colony, they may simply walk away after healing. Okay. Thanks for killing my colonist's face. I'm sorry for making them attack you after you attacked my cat for food. Of all the other ample food you could have gone for, you decided to attack my colonist. I forgive you, but I don't forget. Is there horses in... wait, 1 second. I've just thought. Let me just one. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Leave it jazz. To WebP. Ah, that'll be fun. Let's go into Big D. Let's go into OBS resources. Do not delete. Let's go into starting scene images. Let's save the horse. Let's take this file. Put the horse on here. There's my horse. There's my new horse. Let's put that horse there. Let's go move the horse down. I have an entire folder dedicated to horse / webcam related toys. So if I now turn off Shadowmere, I can then take this horse, shrink it a bit, and this is our new Buttercup. Uh-oh, I've moved my camera. There we go, we're good. Ta-da! New horse. Moves with the webcam whenever I move it. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Nope. Go away, and then back to the game. The rescuing, as soon as... well, to be fair, I could just have Hector do it, couldn't I? Priority's hauling him. He's dead. Oh, and consume pickles and dislikes food. So let's strip him. The Scoutmaster was a nonce. Process. I'm going to show that clip. That's such a funny clip. I like... oh, you guys are going to like this clip in a second. Let me find it. They're just in the batch that I sent to process the other day when I was going through. Process doesn't hold back. Here it is. You should see this straight away. There we go. No sound? I hate the way that I have my audio set up. I turned the audio on, and I hit space and it muted it again. There you go.
Scoutmaster, you're a nonce. You're not helping.
Well, you think I'm gonna help now? There you go.
Straight to the point. We've been beating around the bush into Scoutmaster, you're
As is my right.
Jesus Christ. Oh, don't beat around the bush, do you? I'm gonna trust all links on Twitch real quick, as I've got a couple of these clips that are really good to show off.
Long with the king.
No, no, no.
Long with the king.
No.
Long with the king.
No.
Long with the king.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. I really like that one. I think it was a really good clip.
We do.
Oh, these are good clips. I haven't gone and clipped
Sir?
these on my own stream.
Why do you book us on this flight and get us killed, nearly?
Well, you see.
I like the
Sometimes it's how it
capers.
is.
At the point when you were giving the pilot a handy that maybe you shouldn't have been doing that while he was flying the plane.
Well, you know. Sometimes, in order to be able to be taken up to the cockpit, you really have to be taken to the cockpit, you know?
This one is probably my favourite. This has continued to be a
Oh,
joke
you
between me and
wicked
Third as
little
well.
spoon. Me, I'm a man of the worker, so when I'm older, I'm going to become a postman.
So I've just realised I'm not wearing my uniform.
I really should go and clip these for my own stream. So funny.
So fast.
Got him so good.
I'm so happy with that one. When I make Third laugh, it means that's how I know that I have been funny. Because, like, Sanders, it's so good when you catch him off guard. What the? What's going on here? Who are these guys? Visitors? Group of treaty of Garlet are visiting today. Can you chat to them? And can trade what? Oh, you're trying to do a laughing emoji. Oh. None of them seem to be able to, like, I've selected all of them and none of them seem to want to, and he's still pigging out. So I don't think any of them can trade. So I think they're just visiting. Are none of my guys social? Needs? Where is it? Where's the one I'm looking for? Bio? Social 6. Hector's pretty good. Kyle sucks ass. What does Hector need then? I saw an arrow next to Hector's needs. No, his health, his bio. Oh, Big Beauty Baps. Okay, he's partnership in the faction. Really want to try and play Repo again with everyone. It would be a good one to put an at everyone in the Cook server and just ask them. So, is one of these maybe just specifically? Can I? Okay. I guess they're just visiting. Okay, rescuing right. Okay, so next time we're just gonna be faster. So really keep an eye on this area down here on the right. What if I just go back to regular speed? And I select Hector. Oh, Harris is controllable now. Can Harris speak to any of them? Harris cannot. Okay. Right, it's good. 2 times speed. Or 3 times speed. The visitors are leaving? That's fine. Hector's off. Oh, good. He's actually... Oh, this is great. What's that? A dead wild boar? Oh, have I hunted like all the wild boars in my area? Have I made a mistake? Right, if I pause this, you could be hunted by someone. Because you're alive. There's no way. That's a boom rat. An alpaca. Oh, alpacas can be tamed, can't they? I can tame them. If I go architect now and I go structures and I build like a fenced area here with a fence gate here. Repo is very, very fun. I do like those community sorts of games. I've always been a big fan. I like Lethal Company when Lethal Company was the big thing. I didn't... Well, I guess we've just claimed pickles too. Well. Process is still out here. Nobody can tame Process. Nobody's hunting Process. There's a bear up here. A grizzly bear. The major break risk. Oh, wait, it's pause. Let's hunt the ibex for food. What else we got? Oh, a turkey. Hunt you. A squirrel. We'll try and tame the squirrel. None of them's going to be able to, but we'll just see what happens. Oh, what's over here? Horsies! We put over some of the mods on wild. Can I be a bear? Yeah, thanks. You can be the bear. Twitch. Link to. No, no, no. I had you then, damn it. There we go. There's something else up here too. So I'm leaving you be. You can just be that. Was that you in the clips? Yeah, face. That was Process in this clip. So those were all from Process's perspective. Oh, I saw them just walk into a wall. Okay, so if I go to wildlife and I go to these, I know I probably can't tame them. But what if I tried to tame? Amber's apparently one of these horses. So that's a stallion male. Do we have a stallion female? No. No, that's not how that works, is it? And then we need a mare female. So if I... Oh, my head's just telling me it's dying. Age 25, age 10. How does it work in horse world for acceptable taming? You can't feed them, they will starve. What's your point? Major break risk coming from Hector. Oh, Hector's just at his limit constantly. Is Hector going to attempt to try and tame one of the horses? Oh. Face him become a horse. Oh, he's fit. Oh, 60% chance. Okay, he tried. He tried and he failed. We're going to cancel that. We're not going to hunt the horses. Tame me? Tame me, daddy. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with my horses, man? So I basically just have to wait, don't I? This area that I've designated as a stockpile zone, that can go now, can't it? I can pretty much just go delete. Because I've got 2 stockpile zones. Uh-oh. Ancient danger? As Harris draws near the ancient wall, a sense of foreboding comes to me. He isn't sure why, but he feels the jumps on location. Where's Harris? Is this an ancient structure? Shall I just get him to stop? Shall I get them to stop mining this out? Shall I just mine out the entrance to this? Open the wall. This feels like a bad idea, but I am going to order them to open it. In fact, we'll do it across this bit here. I feel like I'm being offered to a bad time right now. Versus, how you doing out here? Hey, you just chilling? You good? All of my people are too scared to try and talk to you. I hope you're doing okay out in the fields. Books. So, we have a section on books. Colonists can read books for recreation to gain skills to unlock research and more. You can see a specific book's effects by selecting and opening the details tab. Choose where the colonists would open the assign tab and configure reading policies. So, assign Reading policies, read anything. Reading policies, anything, schematics, textbooks. Okay. Store books in bookcases to passively enhance intellectual reading work done nearby and increase the beauty of the bookcase. Bookcases passively increase research speed, XP gained from reading and recreation. Okay, so I just need to... By pause time, I need to build a bookcase. Is that furniture? A small bookcase can go... I guess here. Can I research? Research is a long-term task. Okay. What about Hector? Hector can't either. I do have books, actually, Face. I bought some books. This is after the tutorial. I do have books. I bought one. I had a trade already on and bought one. Thank you. Pen needed. Did we tame it? Who wants to be an alpaca? Or do we slaughter the alpaca? Need a pen? Do I? Oh, they have to build it, don't they? Do I then have to mark it as a zone? A growing zone where economists can try and grow a certain kind of plant? Oh, I should probably put... I have to... How do I change this? Oh, plant. Heal root. That's how. Okay. So... Get a stockpile where economists will store junk. This is expensive. Okay, so... We'll put all our junk here. That makes it easier for them, because then they won't store everything together. Harris is just off adventuring. Hector... Oh, Harris is off hunting again. Yo, I think I just heard lightning outside. Or thunder. Maybe not? Wolf meters rotted away in storage. How do I get them to clear out storage, then? Clean storeroom? Would that get rid of all the junk? If I get Harris to, like, cleaning the dirt, cleaning the blood, clean the barracks. Oh, maybe some of that noise that I heard was in-game. Oh, it's a good job I didn't build anything there, isn't it? So this is the game trying to kill me, isn't it? So this is why I probably should have made everything else out of steel by now. Alright, Harris is building the chest set, which is fine. We don't have the wood for anything else right now. So I need to mark all of this. Okay, this is fine. Do I need to make another stockpile zone just to have a stockpile zone outside? You need to still forget the things. Will I not just mine more? Stone to find building. I don't know how do you switch it then? Because I go to structure and I go to wooden wall. How do you change what you're... Other than this, it wouldn't give me the option for wood earlier, so I had to use steel. What about all these other ones? Because I know not to use silver. Steel is super limited. Wood is fine if you air gap, and that's it. Okay, so you just change it there. So I had no wood, so my only option was steel, so I had... so how do I get rid of the marble chunks? I guess I just go order mining? All this? No? Oh, they'll just haul it and store it at some point. Okay, that's fine. Right, what are they doing? Hector's going to bed. We're out of wood. I don't think either of these guys are currently overtly interested in doing the woodwork. One of them's a cook, neither's a warden, neither of them's a doctor, neither of them's a patient, they're low-level firefighters. Artcraft Hall. Taylor Smith, plant, cut, mine, grow, construct. Use of the material made of the stone cutter table. Okay, so they're just working on that. So they'll get there eventually. You're going to be able to firefight. Okay, that's fine. They're in place with stones. You can. Okay, well I just jumped straight to having steel, so because I don't know how, like, other than marking a spot for them to mine out, which I've done over here just because I thought it would be interesting. So pens needed because I've got an llama here that's, oh, an alpaca. Chest table needs chairs. Oh. Let's go. Furniture. That do? Okay. That's blocked. It's not. It's fine. They've been playing it. My door here is blocked. I need them to haunt that. Why do you do a double door for fun? But OSHA issues the house is on fire? Amma mentioned about it being a good idea to do for, just, you know, for keeping temperatures. So I just thought, you know, I'll get it out of the way now. And then I did. Can I just, if I select all the trees, chop wood. I need to orders, chop wood, pretty much every tree that's in this space here, and downwards. They can get rid of that. Fridge trees in base game, not for any other room. Well, I want them to be comfortable. Their coolers now ran out of wood, even though there's all this wood here that they could collect. You know, all of this here, which they could haul. I'm guessing I don't have enough storage here. I guess I'll figure it out. Put what's the stockpile? So I have to, oh, because I got rid of my stockpile zone. Stockpile zone. Here. And I have to tell it stockpile zone storage. Allow rotten? Nope. And in here, storage, allow rotten. Nope. And then in here, storage. Chunks, stone chunks, plants, tree, but not wood, corpses. We're not having any corpses in that one, we are allowing corpses in the other one. Manufactured textiles, raw resources like wood is allowed in this one, but I'm assuming this one's then full then. Oh, and just have another one outside. So if I just do this, like here, because then I can also then be like architect, order, chop wood, this entire place too. And then I'm also going to say cut all the grass in this area too. And then harvest anything you find in this area as well, if there is anything. There we go. Make that just raw materials only. So we turn food off on that one. We turn off those two. So raw resources, items. See, this is what I'm still learning. Buildings. Okay, chunks, plants. Yeah, we'll put plants there too. No corpses. Okay, that makes that a lot easier. And the game's just saved too. So the rice is steadily growing. Right, let's speed the game up. I'm just kind of scared. Pen needed, that's fine. Chest table needs chairs. Do these count? Have I put these in wrong? Architecture recreation. No. Furniture. Do they actually need chairs or can I use stools? I can't make actual chairs, so I'm going to have to put that there, and then put that there. That's fine, that'll do. We'll put a torch lamp in here as well. And one in here, so they know what they're doing. There we go. They'll figure it out. Right. Outdoor, clear. That's done. Pen needed. They'll figure everything else out on their own. There we go. Low food. Well, they'll sort the low food out on their own. Markers learned. XP. They need the bookcase, which I've done, which requires us to be hauling. Harris is currently reading. Hector successfully tamed Face. There's no suitable animal pen for Face. Face will eventually roam away. Stupid tamed horse. Right, at least Hector's down to a minor break risk, because now he's just doing rice. Right, the chess table's done. The secondary door's getting done. Harris seems to be, you know... And you have to have food in it. Well then, you're just gonna have to starve. Construction botched. Oh my god. Harris? Please, stop. I guess this is the only way to really train construction is by having him just do it. Don't. Hang on a second. What did you just call me? What's this? What's this little line here? There's hardly anything in it. Let's see how it is. Harvest botched. Ooh, Hector's not gonna be happy about that. An eclipse. One of the moons of this planet has orbited in front of the sun. An eclipse has begun. Eclipse started for 3 hours. Shadowing the surface, it will be dark even during the daytime. So they've got low food, full bars of food and storage. Colonists. Oh wait, do I need to have them make more food? Have I neglected this? Wait, a fueled stove. Did they upgrade that instead of making it? Did they just... How do I... Wait, bills? Oh, they're out of simple meals. Oh. And fine meals. Right, okay. Sort yourself out. Harris, prioritize the refueling the stove. And he's not assigned to cooking. Assign. Simple meals. Hector, prioritize cooking real quick, so that you don't die. There we go. You need to get your harvest inside. It's only raining, it'll be fine. It will rot faster outside, I do know that. It's got like 2 days before it's really bad, but they're kind of dying of food first. This writer, the shaman and merchant for the Treaty of Gallia. Jump to location. Hello. Harris. Would you like to trade? Let's see what they've got. Some pigs, some alpacas, some persimmon that you want to learn. Mashed mixture of plant paste. It's used so many drugs require it. Components, herbal medicines. No, which ways buy and which ways sell? Okay, we want to buy probably 1, 2, 3. One of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. No, we want to. We want to buy 2 of these. We have none of these, or we have these. We want to buy them. Oh, I get it now. Let's steal. Guide to sharpshooting. We'll take some beer. We can sell gold. Am I doing this right? It looks like I'm doing this right. I'll sell you 1 alpaca, and I'll sell you a horse too. colonist needs rescue. Hector, send. Why does Hector need rescuing? Why did he need rescuing then? What happened to him? Oh, he got food poisoning. Oh. Major food poisoning. He's having a catatonic breakdown. Process. It's hard to understand really what happened. At one point, oh, we still got the bet. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. The tortoise and the bear are hanging out still. You're still just out here, Process. Nobody's tried to become friends with you. You're too scary. There's a bunch of horses out here. We accidentally tamed a horse because I left it on tame. And then, yeah, just, you know. Cannot feed him. Rest until healed. But yeah, just sort of, you know. Cannot walk. That's not good, is it? Cannot walk. If I pause this, I can just dismiss them, can't I? I can just select him and be like, you. I think we're done. Let's get them out of here real quick. See you, fellas. They were nice. Hector, can you prioritize hauling rice? Can you just prioritize like hauling all the rice? Thanks. Thanks, Hector. What a fella. Need a miner. You have no Wait, need a miner? That's... I thought... Hector was a designated miner. Well, nothing right now. Oh, is it just because... Oh. Alright. That's a low priority for you. That's a low priority for you. He'll figure it out. He's just going to finish building this. He's getting there, though. I'll give him that. Harris is now really trying to save this place. Really hope he prioritizes, you know, we should probably get Harris to, like, prioritize the door. More than anything else. Hector is catatonic right now. Recovering several days, this happens to a very poor mood. Bonstraw was ravenously hungry, so him getting food poisoning was what nearly killed him. And needs a doctor. So he's both starving and needs a doctor, and... Oh my god. Stop trying to tame this other llama. Harris, you're keeping this entire place alive on your own. What are you? A warg? I could just put him out of moment if his misery if he tries to take that. What the hell's a warg? That warg's not going to attack me, is it? No. I might have to make this area a zone that they just don't go in. Oh, the warg left. That's fine. That's fine. So how do I get him to cook then? Cannot cook at fuel station not assigned to cooking. Assign? Lavish. Manage food policies. Okay, so I assume that doesn't mean he'll cook anything then. I don't get it. How do I get him to cook? Because he's just going to starve to death otherwise. And then we have to clean start it, where then have to relearn how to play this game again tonight. Which will be fine. 2 hours and 20 minutes starting, sort of getting an understanding of how this works, knowing not to use my steel to build my place. Harris is just munching away, so he's not going to die. Though Hector might. Can Harris force Hector to eat? Strip, rest until healed, clean barracks. Medical emergency. Oh. Process is here just eating berries in my front garden. I guess we just sit and watch to the end. See what happens. You know, let's just follow process for a bit. What are you doing? You just rummaging? You just exploring? Hector's out for the count. He's going to die in his bed. He's going to starve. Okay, this is bad. Medical emergency. He's literally at risk of death. Because of food. What was that? Eat chicken wings? I do like chicken wings. This is true. Am I going to have to quickly just be like... What another grave here? We're going to have to allow this. How do I assign this? Oh, let's hope I don't have to assign it. Let's hope he just wakes up. I think this might be the end. Harris, I don't know what you're doing, other than the fact you just keep eating. Yes, you can pick up the days old rice. Eclipse, catatonic Hector, dazed Harris. Harris is dazed and Hector's just died. Ah. Harris can't even strip him because he's like... Okay. What's this about your teeth? Stop munching on berries! Taunting Hector, who's just out here munching. Doesn't know what he's doing. He's psychotically wandering with his rifle in this area. This warg's gonna eat him. Hector's gone. Lads, this run I think is over. I'm glad you're over here enjoying your berries, you little freak. Harris? Harris, if you considered not being in a catatonic state of psychosis and just, you know, maybe, just maybe, you know, being normal. You like being a freak, there's no insult. You sleep next to 2 dead animals. Show some respect for yourself. Come on. Try harder next time. Wow. And now he's got heat stroke. I can't bury him. I need to strip him. And I need my guy to get out of his catatonic wandering. A transport pod crashed. Oh my god, Tony has crash landed. If he survives the impact, he'll be badly wounded. Please, Harris. Please. Please, Harris. Shot by Harris, cannot hit target. Please, Harris. How does Harris get out of this state to save Tony? Heat stroke initial, whole body, 6.1 consciousness 5. Harris, you have the ability to do the greatest thing right now and save this person. If only you just stop being in a psychotic wandering mental state. Harris, please. They've died. They died. Harris. Harris! At least, you know, Harris, at least strip them and consume them. He isn't having a good time. No, he's not, Wargface. Raid from the Red Cave people. I didn't even make it to a raid. Right, Harris, come back here, you little freak. Haul them. Get them back. Pinch the bodies. Loot the stuff. Because you're now being drafted. Can we lock this? Can I get Harris to lock this door? No, I want you here. Strip them. Force you to wear... Consume them like the freak you are. There's an extreme... Where's this caravan of people? Oh, is it just the one? Oh, Harris could take them. He's an archer. It's poorly. Harris. Cannot hit target. Harris, go here real quick. And, get him, Harris. Nice. Get him, Harris. Yeah, this has been going fine. We're gonna strip him of all his stuff. We're going to... No. Go here real quick, Harris. You're sort of just like... no reachable and reserved enclosed prisoner marked bed in safe temperature. So if I take this for prisoners, I can then potentially do this. If I capture him, I can then probably tend to his wounds as well. Thanks, process. So, Harris, can you just quickly tend to him? That'd be fine. Who's this? Archer of Treaty of Gala. So can we talk to them? Or we can trade with them. Can we trade with them real quick? See what goes on. Colonist left unburied, heat stroke, needs colonist beds. What have they got? Components, cloth, herbal medicine, wooden clubs, short bows, a revolver. We could sell them the revolver, we'll keep that. Because the revolver's gonna be fine. We've got a bunch of clothes we could sell. So... They've not got a lot. That's fine. Tend to him. Let's see if we can keep him. You might have shot him a couple times, but the least you could do is maybe look after him. You're also not hungry anymore. And then once you've done that, Harris, once you're undrafted, you can prioritize working on the grave. New quest expires in 7 hours. Quest, accepting a refugee for Sally Jones. 30-year-old from Sally is calling from nearby. She's being chased by pirates of torture rig. She begs for help. Accept. If you accept your fight with the pirates in a tail, the group of pirates is composed of 2 scavenger thrashers. Jump to Sally. Okay, Sally. Sally, you can equip this revolver. You can force away these, and then prioritize harvesting this area, I guess. You need to be drafted into the spot. And Sally, you're also being drafted into the spot too. I think it'll be fine. The voice is telling you to eat Sally. Precious, no. No, Precious. Precious, be good. There's 2 torture raiders coming over. Jet and Rubber. Oh my god, prioritize getting the gun, Sally. Jesus Christ. Is Combo gonna help me? I've already traded with the vase, they're not doing loads. Alright, go here. You have a gun now and you can fire at will. Oh, the trade is helping us! Yeah, hold him still. Yes, 1 down. Let's go! Sally? Strip this man. Harris? Strip Jet. Order? I want you to all things here. That's allowed. 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 And then, yeah. You know, you can be undrafted now. Go back to your daily lives. So Sally's going to look after... So what's Sally's information? She's really good at shooting. She's staggeringly ugly. And gourmand. So revolves around food. He will... Okay, that's Harris, not Sally. Sally is kind. She's an abandoned child and a farmer. Not very good at shooting, but she's melee and construction. Oh! Plants. Oh my god, they can build. They can build. Alright, assign. No. Work. Sally. That's a low priority. Turn that off. They could be top priorities, they could be low priorities. Hunting, that could be a low priority. Mining. Plant cutting 3. Art crafting. That's a high priority for you. And researching is a high priority for Sally as well. Give me the body as I make blood jam for my exchange for a bed. Oh. Can we offer to help them? If we make this one another medical bed, can we then get like Sally to like help them out, trade with them? They're just here to trade, but they don't want anything, and I can't seem to heal them. Alright, Sally's just getting to work. Sally got anything wrong with her? Health-wise? No, she's fine. Okay. Doesn't know if I can trade the lives of a bed though. I wonder if Sally... what's Sally's needs? Very low expectations. Brilliant. Animals too? So they're still a beginner with animals, so they're very... Oh my god, this isn't great. Well, Sally's decided to fall asleep on the bed, unowned. Wait, let's just pause this real quick. Sally, I want you to have this bed. How do I tell Sally to get in this bed? Wait, middle of the room. I think I did by accident, yeah. Because I do need to. I'm still figuring this out. Zone, structure, wooden wall. There we go. We also really need to bury that. That explains why they're not sleeping in the bedrooms. But what if I just prioritize and clean the barrack real quick with her? They might just pick their own beds. He's just here. Sally, can you prioritize building this real quick? So Sally's joined, doesn't she? That's it. She's just one of us now. Psychotic soothe male. Every male con smiles with contentment. Some distinct engines happen. Okay. Some people's moods will be quite better. Sally's joined. Okay. We've accepted Sally. Reward preferences. Okay. Do I have to click something? Accepted this, you completed this quest. Okay, so it's just telling me, oh, it's my completed. So solar flare, that's fine. We had a visitor, that's fine. We had the eclipse, that can go. Hector was catatonic, but now he's fine. And Harris was in the daze, but now he's fine. Okay, so this, storage, no. How do I allocate this then? Oh, can I just tell him? Oh, if I select him now. Oh, I'm stripping. So, strip him. And then bury him. That'll fix the moods. Right, that's done. Now, protest building with Sally, wherever she's gone. Sally's just effect. Oh, she's gone mining. Oh. Right, Harris, what if you focused on maybe the beds? Because then I can make prisoner beds, and maybe we can put Toyo in there. Where are you getting a cup of tea from? How are you still alive? I understand now. I instantly regret asking how you're still alive when you instantly started eating berries. I get it now, 110%. Okay, this is a... Any beds in closed spaces? Well, it will get there eventually. End table. Dressers. We've got it from my... You're one message away from me hunting you to death. You're not, you're safe. I literally can't risk it right now. Orders. Claim all of this stuff. Allow all of this stuff. And then all of this stuff. Yes. And harvest any of this stuff too. I need a warden. You're a prisoner, but Economist is a warden work type. Oh, so if I make Harris, can I assign you to be a warden? Very low on your list of things to do, Harris, but it's fine. Mary was very kind. Where's Sally now? Sally, what are you doing? Oh, she's getting wood for stuff. Hauling wood to wooden shelf. Oh, she's just on a crafting spree. What a babe. Check her out, and now she's gone to bed. What a lady. She's just working away. I'm definitely excited to try this multiplayer. Try and hunt me, I dare you. Don't test me. Don't test me. You have... As a female age 22 wild woman, do not test me. You say the word, just confirm it. Just say, yes, I want you to hunt me. And I'll get him on here. I'll get him over here. You'll no longer be named in my world. I'm gonna mark all this for orders. For mine. Literally just strip in here, like 6 blocks. And I want you to get all of this section out. And I want you to do this section here. And do 2 here. And I'm gonna do all of this in here. And do all this down here. Do this here. All of this here. They can do that whenever they like, I'm not fussed. Hunt, oh my god, calling me daddy, let's go. Hunted. Wild woman 50% base chance to attack when harmed. Chance depends on the ranging hunter and... Well. Try to oppress, fire at, out of range. Get over here, you. Harris? Get him, Sally. Get him, Sally. Get him, Harris. You two are undrafted. Harris, rescue them. Quest at the start. If any AI for the past named Charleston Winston has sent you a message, you reveal he is a starship hidden on the planet. Send you its world coordinates. Starship is deep in hibernation mode. You need to start it up when you arrive, then defend it from raiders trying to steal it until it starts some sequence completes. It'll be a long, difficult series of battles. Passage off-world. Jump to landed ship. How the hell do I even... Human revenge? Hunt the human at reach, and then calm down and go to sleep. Hey Sally, can you prioritize this real quick? You've actually joined the team as well. It actually worked. All I had to do was hunt you, and then you were just like, oh yeah, I'll join. That's hilarious. That's actually so funny. I'm gonna prioritize cleaning your wounds. We'll stay at home. Why is this the first thing I see when I join the stream? What, that process gets a bed? Alright, now to find an animal for Golly to be. Golly, you can... That's Face's warg. Golly, you can be this rhinoceros up here if you want. No, hunt me daddy dogs. Oh, Twitch. Where is it? Oh, I had you then. These 2 rhinos here are yours, Golly. Even worse. So we've got cargo pods. Excuse me, she decided she would rather stay than leave and has joined your colony. Cargo pods. Jump to location of crashed cargo pods. Wait, if I pause this, can I... How do I do this now? Allow all of this. And then we want to also, like, haul all of this stuff too. It's not too far away. Get to eat Sally. You're not eating Sally. Process, you're not eating Sally. That's not how this is working. You're getting better and then you're going to finish building this goddamn shack. What are your stats? What are your needs? You're happy, you'll just eat dirt. You like cooking, you're good at medical, You're quite smart. You're a body modder shop kid, and you joined the Big Booty Baps. My cat was called Sally, not sure I recommend eating her. We already had a cat called... Ammo was my cat, and then Face ate my cat. So... Sally's not becoming a roast dinner. I don't condone you eating my people. Oh my god, finally, he's putting a roof on the place. I want Toyoy to join us as well. I want to give him a bed so he can heal up, because he's battered. Please. Oh my god, alright, he butched the construction there. Botched. It's fine. He put a door in. We're getting closer. You have no choice. Your free will is... Well, it's sort of your own, but at the same time, no. Oh, is he? What's he bringing in? Oh, he's bringing stuff for the bed. Spray me with water? Alright, let's make this a bit more fun. I can at least see you when you talk now, so I don't have to look up at my chat. No. There you go. Golly, you're the freak here. You're going to be in prison for a bit. I hope that's fine. Sally's just up there chilling. You've pretty much been captured. You've just been forced to walk around this place. Eventually, you're going to, you know, figure it out. Let's just clean up all the blood in here real quick. Probably prioritize cleaning up in here too. And the dirt. Yeah, flashbacks to the time I played GTA RP. Well, this is an RP friendly setup right now. You are free to RP if you want. As my little people, I condone it. I encourage it. Sally, can you like rest until... No, you're not injured. Yeah, you need to rest though. You'll be fine. Kidnapped by Nazis? Do I want to know more? Do I want to know more? That seems like a situation you'd willingly put yourself in just to see what would happen. You could just do like /report on that too. You just passed out. Process has woken up. Yes. Look at them go. They've put some clothes on. They're no longer just walking around with the tees and fanny out. Let's go. Good for you, Process. Firefighting at 4. You're a doctor at... You can actually be a doctor at 1. Bed rest handle. High priority. Hunting on high priority. Constructing at 2. You can grow stuff. Process is now dazed. Why is Process now dazed? Intense pain is in a psychotic state. Why are you in a psychotic state, you little gremlin? Very close, but it doesn't mean I still can't see my bits. Oh my god, it's just lost your bloody mind, haven't you? What's going on with you? Sally, do me a favour. Beat Process over the head real quick before she tries to eat you. I was playing with my ex and his friend during COVID and they cornered us with the cars and took us hostage and my ex said you can have it and abandoned me. Wow, which server was this? Was it like a public server? Structures, no. Orders, zones, production, no. How? No. Sandbags, barricades, pen marker. Egg box, 5M? Oh, 5M is just the app you used to get on there. Was it just a random one then? It wasn't like an actually like thing. Alright, I'm just gonna orders, chop wood, every tree in this area. And I'm gonna let them mine everything that's in. Well, no, yeah. They can cut the plants in this entire area too. And then, yeah, that'll be fine. I have no idea, lol, it was my first and last time playing it. Okay, fair enough. Danny, can you prioritize this, please? I don't know where you are. Oh, you're hauling meat. He's hauling his schmeat. Right, where are you off to? Oh, she's mining. Process is just freaking out over here because they're not fully healed. You couldn't just like hang out, could you? You couldn't just like get better. You had to be a pain. Wait, my ex made a nice filet mignon. Your ex was like a turkey. Go on, Harris, have an adventure. Get some more meat. 4 more meat. Anything else out here that's worth hunting? That could be. The rhinos have moved. We're not hunting the warg. No idea why I made my character kind of going, but I love it. It's because you were just a wild one. They're addicted to it over COVID, spent some real money on cars. My ex people like can't spend time with you, the only mechanic on the server. This sounds a lot like they're playing on Twitch RP. Harris is working on food. What's Sally working on? Is she just mining away? Sally, can I just get you to like harvesting this tree real quick? Because then I want to prioritize your everything. The forest is also co-op, by the way. Just to put that out there. Prioritize this one too. Now, that could be a prisoner bed. Golly, you have a prisoner bed, and it's a medical bed. So Harris, if you could, I don't know, the archer for the Red Cave people is in restraint slowed, so eventually you might heal. If Harris ever decides he wants to look after you again. Take him to bed. Yeah, take him to bed. Go on, Golly, get in your little bedroom. You have your own bed. We're trying to look after you after we shot you because you were chasing after one of our own, I think. Well, you just turned up and we were like, right, there you go. And then process when... Oh, Sally's having a break, a mental break at this time. Process is still losing their mind somewhere. They're just, oh, they're in bed. They're healing themselves. That's fine. They're recovering. Once they've recovered, at least then they can... Psychic Soothe is ending? Oh, cool. Process is finally going to be normal again. This is great. Stop trying to upset Sally. What does she need? What are her needs? Beauty, comfort, sleep, and recreation. Oh, I need to do more recreation. Oh, she'll be fine. She'll figure it out. So what's the very poor mood, mental break at any time. Constant poor mood and may have a minor mental break at any time. Conlist needs tab. You can do things like make them fancy meals, give them more recreational hours per day, and nicer creation. So right, schedule. Right, you work from 8 till 5, all of you. Your recreation. 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. And you can do anything else you want between 5... In fact, no, you can do anything else you want for the first 2 hours of the day. So 6 and 7 do whatever the hell you want. Then you do work. Then you have some recreational time at the end of the day. And then, you'll be fine. There we go. That's better. We're getting there. The rhinos hanging out nearby. No, you're not allowed to murder in your free time. That's bad. Murdering is naughty. What's Harris doing? Oh, she's hanging out. Harris, can you maybe... feeding them? We want to try and keep them alive. Just shove the food in Golly's mouth. Golly's just asleep, but being forced to eat. Process is no longer in a psychotic state. That's good. We've got 3 minor risks going on. But it's fine. You know. Oh, wait. Can I... Wait. If I do this, order. All this to be harvested. What if I then get process to prioritize harvesting it? That'd be good for all of us. We have meat. You're in your work time, which is great. Oh, you're still finishing the bed. Whoops. My bad. Sorry. Nobody seems to want to go in this room. Oh, you're taking the trees out of Golly's bedroom currently. As my prisoner. Tattered apparel, low food. Major break risk for Harris, because we're running out of food. Right, Harris. Right, Harris. You want to go through this? What are you doing now, currently? Where are you? Oh, he's off hunting. He's hunter gathering. He's trying to dispose of junk. Right, if I just go here, orders. I just select a massive area here. One of you will eventually harvest all that, and that's fine. I think Process is putting a roof over this person as well. What? Okay, so fine meals. We could do lavish meals. None of your colleagues have the skill, so nobody will do this bit. Okay, fine. But we have meals that are lasting forever. Oh, we do need to top this up though. Hey, maybe Harris, you could maybe you could prioritize fueling these things. Oh, they're in the recreational time. Oh, I'm sorry, Harris. I take your recreational time off you. My bad. At some point, somebody's gonna have to clear this room out. Yeah, play games together. Books learnt. Because the bookcase is sorted. Contents, none. Storage, all books, allow all. So, storage. We'll take these items. Not allow books in here. Or in here. Are they all linked? They are all linked. Maybe we'll get lucky and Golly will join. Oh, Process is still healing, which is fine. Sally's just working on bits. Where's Harris gone? Oh, he's gone, like, hunting, I think. We could make it really interesting. We could force somebody to open this up. To hear yourself ready for phase 2. I'm worried about what this phase 2 is going to be. How good are you at mining? Not very good. What about Harris? Not very good. Sally? Sally's okay at mining. I might just make Sally just do this when she's awake. I'm not a miner, therefore I'm not good at mining. Next you're going to tell me you're not a crafter, so you're not good at crafting either, and therefore you don't mine or craft, and you don't yearn for the mines. How do I get you better at this? Who's still... Harris is just freaking out constantly now. I'm sure he'll calm down. Order queuing. Shift this make jobs... okay. When giving command to monsters, you can queue up multiple orders by holding shift. This also works... okay. So if I go here and I go and just claim this entire space, that at least should make it a lot easier to sort this. Construction botched. Well done, process. Try again. Constructed. Fireplace. Bills. Add bill. Simple meals. Make 5 of these. Forever. Another construction botch from process. Oh god. The simpleton doesn't know how to do this. Harris is having a tantrum in his room. This happened because of poor mood. Final straw tainted t-shirt. Oh, he's just beating the shit out of all of our stuff. Harris! Everyone else is just letting him get it out of himself. We'll get him to fix it afterwards. Can't believe you do this. Oh, he's actually broken one of the beds. Right, he's over his temper tantrum now. Alright, process is working on it. Sally's going to go in and do repairs though. Harris, however, is effed off. I want Sally to work on this. That's what I wanted to do. Harris, you're feeding Golly again by force. It's fine. They've got their little room. They can't go anywhere. Process is just like fixing beds now. Good for you, Process. Like cooking, you're not doing medical and you're smart. What else can you do? You can clean the barracks as well, I guess. There we go. It's better. Sally's out here peed off. She's breaking through this wall. Harris, however, is just... He turned him because of no dead Sally. He's probably gonna marry Sally. Oh, just don't be scared in bed. You're gaining health back. Harris? You could just... I don't know. Where's Sally? Oh, she's not happy. Oh, then recreational time, that's fine. They could figure out their own stuff from now on. Oh my god, I'm just gonna 3 times speed this and see when they figure this all out. Or when they all die. One of the two. One of them will... They'll get the place cleaned up. Maybe they'll figure it out. Who's having a major break now? Sally's having a major break. Or any of you could actually do the research they asked you to do. Beer brewing, tree sewing, complex furniture's all done. Plate armor, smithing, drug production, psychoid, air conditioning, a tube television, recursive bow, tree sewing. We'll set that up. Alright, Harris now is fixing his wrongs. Process, I don't think you have a weapon. You can have this knife. You can also wear the synth button-down shirt. Fine. Wait. Uh-oh. Harris? Harris? Something's going on here. Golly Gotha has gone berserk. He will attack anyone he sees. This happened because of poor mood. Final straw was advanced starvation. Uh-oh, they're free. Right. Golly, you had it good. But I'm sorry. Reserving close prison. Oh, okay. So first things first, Harris. Can you get somebody fix this door real quick? Harris. Oh, process is sorting you out. Process. Feeding Golly. And then clean the prison cell. There you go. No, you're just knocked out. You're being fed and looked after. Process is looking after you. Sally, however, is busy. Oh yes, thanks, Sally. Because now we can go architect mode, structure. We can put a wooden door here. Oh, Harris. Oh, hey. These people want to talk. Who's got social? Trade with them. Components, medical. Well, to be fair, we could probably do with more of this. How much gold do we have? We have 696 silver. We'll sell you a wooden club. Oh, actually. Yeah, we'll sell you the wooden club. We'll sell you a bow. Sell you. How many have they got? We'll buy all of that. Components we can't buy. I accept this trade. We can have a bunch of food that's going to last for ages. So just go for a quick little ad break. In a mo. I really should make one of my bots. Health. Malnutrition moderate, blood loss minor, heat stroke initial. Guns, you've got a bunch of injuries, Golly, but you think you might be fine. We're going to prioritize shoving food in your mouth real quick. Try and keep you alive. Alright, let's go this. Harris. Your ability to be a warden and your ability to be a doctor both need to be top priority. Those guys are leaving. Process. You can make that 2. Make that a 2. You can all prioritize being doctors. You don't need to be patients. It's all low priority. Yeah, cooking fine. Handling can go up. Harris, you can have the lowest priority. Face is hunting Harris for food. Face? Why are you hunting Harris for food? Right. Harris, you're going to draft mode. You're going here. Sally, you're going to draft mode. You're going here. Process, you're going to draft mode. You're going here. You're going here. We haven't got anything else. No, no hungry. No hungry. This could actually be the end of us. Medical treatment needed for Process, who was already injured. Kill the bear, guys! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sally, prioritize rescuing Process. Uh-oh. Face, you single-handedly nearly ruined... No! One was my mistake. Two, you have decided to hunt us. Stop this! No! Oh my god! Rescue them both! Harris, get yourself to a medical bed as soon as possible. Sally, you need to tend to Process. We're having a medical emergency right now. This is really bad. This is really, really bad. Did... It's... By the way, what do you mean? What do you mean? The first thing it said after being harmed, you were hunting one of my guys. You were only going for a somebody else attacked. You were hunting for... Face? Well, tried to scratch Harris. Face missed Harris left claw. Face scratched Harris arm horribly. Scratch right shoulder made Harris drop. It messed up. It goes crunchy sometimes. No, you didn't get to eat Process. Is it better? Blood loss moderate. Bruise, bruise, scratch, scratch. And Sally has no injuries. So Sally, you need to prioritize them. Process, I will allow you to consume Harris. You did get to eat Harris. Rest until healed, Process. Is my mic still cutting out or has it fixed itself? You can go off the drafted now. And I guess that means we need to, It's all fixed. Okay. It just does this. Another cache of supplies. Jump to item stash. How do I go about getting this? Oh, I have to send the caravan? I don't get how that works. We'll come back to that. First things first. We need to, dig under the grave. In fact, do we need to dig a grave? I'll just have Process deal with the body. Am I dead yet? Yeah. Maybe? Yeah, you died. You died. What I get for selling you? That was ages ago. Get over it. Get over yourself. Move on. Strip him. Consume him. Some more. Get over it now that you're dead again. After killing one of my people. Just keep eating them. Process. Just, you know. An extreme break risk is happening right now because Process is just eating people. Take all 3 of these. Have them on you. Process is quite literally preparing the bear nuggets. Good for you, Process. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to pick up some medicine. Have 3. Just cooking away. And there you go. Rest until healed. We've got visitors somewhere. Have they gone? They've gone, haven't they? Ugh. Sally isn't starving. She'll be fine. You're only at risk of a mental break because I keep making you eat people. And you're very injured. You'll learn the combat better over time. Yeah, I bet I will. I already know about the trying to hide behind stuff. You know. Well, I guess, Process, maybe it's time you got yourself a bolt-action rifle. Maybe, you know. Maybe you or Sally could one of you could prioritize harvesting this area, you know? Oh, nice a Process to work on burying. Medical emergency? Oh, Process is like freaking out. Who's? Oh, Golly is about to starve to death. Well, I guess already feeding you. Right, that's fine. Process is keeping you alive just. Thanks, Process. Process, stop trying to eat your roommate. Please, for the love of God. For the love of all things, stop trying to eat your roommate. Norm Sally. Norm? Alright, Process has taken over the job now of being a warden, basically. Sally's still just building out the cave on the side. Another transport pod has crashed. Grace is a logger named Grace is crashing in a transport nearby. If she survives the impact, she'll be badly wounded. Grace is from your enemy torture rig. You can capture her for recruitment or slavery purposes. Right. Process. Capture Grace. Price. I'm willing to negotiate. You tell me what you want and I'll consider it. Also, don't forget to strip them, Process. What are you doing? maybe they'll stay alive. A game of Repo next Thursday at 9 PM. Invite for everyone else already in Discord. I should be able to do that. I'm off work now, so I should be able to do that. No problems. I can stream it. I'll start my usual stream and then switch into it partway in. A medical emergency for Grace. So we need to probably prioritize cleaning her blood at the place. And then feeding her as well. We can convince Grace to join our side. Sally's now off the meal list. Let's go! You guys need to carry more medicine on you. Make my life so much easier. And Sally's just like getting over herself by just digging out this hole in this cave. Which is just going to be ordered, it's going to be zoned as a stockpile zone for raw brick materials. Putting it all in here. So it's going to be nothing. No foods. No manufactured. There you go, just raw resources. Golly is now fully healed, which is good. In restraints of the Red Cave people. Then maybe we can convince them to join us. Once Process is fully healed up. Can we see their stats, their health? They're just suffering from malnutrition, which will be sorted. They are an intellectual, they like mining, which is good. They are incapable of dumb labor, so they don't haul and they don't clean. That's quite annoying. But they also like extremely sensitive to having freakouts. That's, you know. Whereas Process loves cleaning. You can actually clean their cell if you want. There we go. And then you can also process cleaning this room too. Like, process it. You can just like, yeah, clean the heck out of this place. Process. Clean the blood out of here too. This is your own blood you're cleaning up, by the way. Just clean the storeroom. Maybe clean this storeroom too. What's the major break? Sally's just freaking out over here for some reason. I don't get it. Why is she freaking out? We're eating snacky foods. Eventually, everything will be cleared up and we'll all be happy. Or we're going to have to kill Golly. Which I'm not against if it gets us what we need. Golly's just living in here now. With Grace. And Sally's just continually digging this hole. Eat Golly? It's a potential option, Process. It's a potential option. Once you're fully healed, you're free to do whatever you like. You're nearly there, and you're prioritizing healing yourself up and making sure that you're kept safe, which is good. Process my world. Housewife is fully healed. Let's go. It can't show emojis. We're learning that it can't show emojis. Ducks join? A group of ducks abandoned or lost? A group of ducks abandoned or lost have wandered into the area. They seem accustomed to human contact and are joining the colony. We have an army of ducks. Oh, we need to make pens for them. Alright, how do I do this? How do I make them pens? Can you be a duck? Yes, you can be a duck if you tell me how I make a pen to keep them. Oh, that's so funny. Animal sleeping box, animal sleeping spot. It's under make fence. Then fence gate. I've done that. That's all here. Put pen marker in it. That's the thing I was missing. A pen marker. Pen marker here. Ah, it needs to be pretty big. It needs to be way bigger. Well, can't we just start small and then make it bigger later? They will starve. First, let's get to fixing this one real quick. Nice. It naturally growing grass if you make big enough. Right. So what I can do then is go structure, and I can go wooden fence, and I'll put it across here, down here, and across here. I'll just slowly expand it over time. With the animals, manage areas, a new area. How do I do this? Oh, do I have to do it like this? Do I have to zone it as a home area? Oh, I can include all this too. That's fine. Okay, so I put all of this to area 2. Then I go to animals, manage areas. I remove area 1. They're only allowed in area 2. Delete the old gate after new build, sorry, fence. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I just want to get them in, and then I want to get that removed, because obviously they're all tired. And Grace probably isn't joining us, and Golly over here is just hanging out. People will wrangle them, that's fine. Process can work on this quite happily. Look, they're already planning it all out. And then we just have to select this to this. Deconstruct, don't we? Sally's still having a major break risk over here. How do I wrangle them then? Do I just have to find them on the map? So I just go here, and I go Twitch, and I go no, 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 no. There we go. Do I then have to? How do you wrangle them? Are you talking about stuff in mods that I can't do currently? Not in a pen. Creating pen market inside an enclosed area. Pen. Yeah, handlers will bring animals into an appropriate pen. Pens to be enclosed with fences, buckets, balls, and doors. Okay. Ah, okay. So process is doing it. Process is just doing it. Cool. Will this be enough, or will I have to go bigger? Because I can always go bigger. Hover over it. Ooh, not good. It's a medium-sized pen with natural growth of 0.91 and more consumption than growth. That's not good. Well, once I put the new bit in, that'll change. Which process is doing now? Thanks, process. So your duck's still not in a pen, and the other ducks aren't in a pen yet. You can grow grass yourself in there. Okay, do I do that by doing an order? Oh, I guess I just do... Where is it? Not order, zone. Growing zone. I just make this entire zone a growing zone, and then I just set it to... Corn, hay grass? I guess hay grass? Set to not cut. How the hell do I do that? Something... Oh, one of the ducks died. Base tore, duck ate in the body horribly, scratched the base. Why is it every time I name something after you, you decide to kill? Or was that something else? Oh, you're the warg as well. You're a warg. So you just decided to... So hay grass. That also is going to be hay grass. Okay. So I need to go order the chopping of all of the wood in this space too. And then I can go bam. I'll just select all that like this. No. I know there's probably a better way to do this, but this is the way I'm doing it. Deconstruct. Need to allow sewing. Okay. Let me sort that. Allow sewing. Allow sewing. It's not going to impact this. Allow cutting. Allow cutting. That doesn't allow cutting. That doesn't allow cutting. And then this here allows sowing hay grass. Hay grass. Okay, I'm getting it now. I didn't change everything to grass, did I? Oh, maybe I did. Okay, so that's fine, because that can be rice. And that can be back to your room. That's fine. Somebody will figure it out. That's fine. I got it sorted. It's the double clicking to select everything. Allow sewing and planting of rice. That's fine. A slaver? A caravan from Glana Unification is approaching. They're a slaver. They will hang around the colony for some time before leaving. You can attack them. Slaver? Hey Sally, go and chat to one of these guys real quick. What they got to offer? We could sell Golly and Grace. If we sell Golly, because they're definitely not joining us. A botanist? We can't afford any people, panthers. Medicine, though. We'll take the maximum amount they can offer. Yayo is a refined psychedelic drug. Wake up. Synthetic stimulant wakes the user up. We don't need panthers. Everybody else is cheap. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, just over. Sorry, Golly. Golly's now out of here. Alright, growth is still less than what they eat. That's fine. Process is at extreme potential break. Somebody has to keep Grace alive. Who's starving? Oh, Sally's starving. That's fine. Well, they botched harvesting some stuff, that's fine. The Red Cave people are raiding? Oh, okay. Well, looks like we might have another slave for them in a second. Process, can you be drafted to here real quick? And Sally, you may need to be drafted to here. I don't know where Sally is. We have this entire thing going on here. Oh, they ain't making it. Oh, they are definitely not making it. Right. Sally, I want you to prioritize grabbing that if you can. Oh, it's not in our area. Right, process, tell these guys to go away now, I guess. How do I tell them to leave? To leave? Maybe? Are they leaving? Alright, wait, 1 second. Process, get out of drafted mode. Maybe work on not consuming them, I guess. We'll just leave them there. You guys will make yourselves happy, you'll figure it out. We are actively running out of food though, so we may need to really go hunting. Have we got all the ducks now? Yeah, they're all penned in, that's fine. Right. So, process, you are cooking, medicine, okay, shooting. Sally, what are you like at shooting? Oh, Sally, looks like you're going to be hunting. turkey, and some llamas, and whatever that is. Where's Sally at? There's Sally. Where's Process? What? Slaughter? Oh, Process is just like killing all the animals off. Sally's no longer having a tantrum, and Process is just having a mental break? Oh, it's just slaughtering things. She's just slaughtering all our animals. But I guess if it gives us food, it gives us food. I'm not happy about it. But it's solving a problem that's been created. Process your punishment by force. You know, they're figuring it out. Allowed areas is nearly ready to be. You know, market is low. I understand how that works. Sally's just going to be taking these ducks and just sorting them out. Has anybody fed Grace in a couple of days? Need to go more rice badly? Yeah, probably do. Really, probably do. Thanks, little duck, for telling me. Oh, we have eggs. Consume duck egg, fertilize this like food, prioritize holding duck egg. Where's... Oh. You go, Process. Boy's Shack of Fortune. Ship to the stars, 12 days. My cash supplies some monies. I'm a duck, eat my babies. Yeah, damn right. We're prioritizing eating the baby, the eggs. Process is looking after them. What are they doing now? Where are they going? Oh, they're hunting a llama. Oh. Smart. Good use of your time. The llama fled. Brother, this guy stinks. It says here, a mare. You. Process. When you're done having your free time. Well, they're off hunting a tortoise. We need the food, so whatever. Alright, we're not going to food to feed our prisoner, which isn't good. But hey, at least the duck problem sorted itself out. We have an infinite supply of eggs now. As long as Process doesn't slaughter them all. I don't know. They just never got round to it, I guess. You know, I've pretty much been like, hey, you see all these trees here? Get rid of them. But they just never do it. It's not really... Yeah, I just don't have enough people. Grace is awake now. How would I convince Grace to maybe join me? Is there a way? Is there like getting Sally to go talk to her? Or if I just get to strip her? Work probably go to needs. Oh, is that? Oh, needs. Awful sell. Chili. Food's bad, but it's fine, we don't have anything. Malnourished, naked's bad. Malnourished is the big one, and it's cold. Acquaintances, they're just hostile because we shot them. Well, technically, we didn't shoot them. this is the problem with asking for help with this game, and it's just base game, is that nobody knows how to help anybody anymore because there's so much things. They are just malnourished. You don't have food. Prisoner. Oh! There we go. Prisoner tab, you just set them to recruit and eventually they'll talk to them, I guess, enough to get them to join, I assume. So we just set that to... Oh. Warden will attempt to recruit the prisoner. If the prisoner still has resistance, Warden will speak to them to reduce it. Resistance only. The prisoner will still have resistance. Warden will speak to them to reduce it. No recruitment attempts will be made. Alright, no. Alright, that's fine. They'll just figure it out. Do you think it's risky to leave it running and just go to the toilet? Alright, Process is trying to convince Grace to join the team. Alright, resistance has gone down. Alright, chat room. Look after my game. I'll be back. Are we alive? Are we safe? Forbidding doors. Marcus learned to learn how we can stay there. Is Grace friends with us yet? Have we figured out all our problems? Sleeping duck riot. I'm making a uni duck. The ducks are all the same thing now. Are they're just gonna sort themselves out now, aren't they? They should be fine. Oh, it's an eclipse. Ah, it's fine. Oh, except for this one. This one doesn't want to. This one's just like, nah. There we go. Check the pen for the pin for food stuff. The pen. Food. Yeah, they're fine. Their growth to consumption rate's fine. Yeah, to feed them occasionally. Yeah, I think probably the winter. Will complete butcher creature. Cool. Right, Process is still trying to convince Grace to join us. Grace is now becoming more friendly to us, which is good. How do I get them to like tidy up the place so that it stops being so messy? Because it's just like, I just do clean barracks, I guess. There's just so much stuff strewn in here. Clean barracks. Clean barracks. just want to put stuff away. I just have to select the whole area and to do haul things, I guess. I'll get Sally to... I can't. Process is just off shooting, hunting. Fun. They'll clean the home also, but yeah, there's just stuff left. Like, all these shelves are fine to have stuff in, and they just aren't putting it on there. Items, books isn't going in here, that's fine. Corpses. Oh, I've accidentally broke these, but that's fine. Animal corpses can be stored in here now. Human-like corpses won't be stored in here now. That's fine. Raw resources, like, I'm staying in here. What's that? A solar flare? Oh. Intense radiation will shoot out all electronic devices. It should pass them by day. That's not the end of the world. I can deal with that. Alright, both the solar flare and the eclipse have ended. Super low priority because we don't have enough people. The hell was that noise? A psychic drone low female. Every female colonist feels a wave of anxiety and anger. Some distant engine is heard of hatred is stirring. It is projecting a psychic drone onto the site throughout an orbital amplifier, tuned to only affect females. For a few days, some people's moods will be quite a bit worse. Ooh. That doesn't sound good. Did you turn off the mine request for the ancient wall? I did not. Still up there. Still marked. We've claimed it, and it's still marked, but it's not a priority. They've been mining out this space. Like, Sally's just been working on... Oh, I need to turn this off. What the hell? This can go. Cancel this entire section. Do your own thing. Sally, if you just want to go mining, that's fine. Who's having a minor break? Oh, Process just is having a minor break. Oh, they're hunting now. That's fine. They'll get over it. That needs to be marked as a deconstruct at some point. Hey, save. No. If this is how if this run goes for 4 hours and then dies because you were like, hey, mine the wall and it has negative repercussions, and you've told me to do this, that's on you, buddy. That's on you. We're out here ready to hunt alpacas. No, earlier today you were like, oh, Amma, the wall. You should do the wall. You want this. Grace is sleeping. At least we're keeping Grace alive. Hey, Process. Maybe you can clean some blood soon? Oh, they're bonding together. Process clean the blood, maybe. Oh, maybe they don't need to now because the rain will do it. Does rain get rid of blood? What? Oh, they were just like stood inside the farm. Like shooting out of it. That scared me then. Where's Sally gone? Oh, she's back at the wall. She's figuring it out. Hello, Sleg. How are you doing? Sleg, what would you like to become? All the ducks all the ducks saying hello, Sleg is pretty funny. Process is on the brink of having an extreme breakdown, and Grace is slowly being turned onto our side. So maybe we'll gain Grace, and then Grace can become Slag. Oh, we got eggs. Sally, get the eggs. Holding the eggs. We have eggs now. Process, where are you going? Go hunting llamas. That llama, it really is taking time to bleed out. Come on, Process. Get it. Come on. This is only making you stronger, lady. Cover and shooting, and 2 major break risks happening right now. How's everyone going? This is my first time ever playing rimworld. I'm still learning. But so far, the world hasn't ended. We are 4 hours into our first ever world, and it just... You know, we've had 3 people We have a slave. I've learned how to try and convince slaves to become my friends. Well, not for slaves, prisoners. Same diff. Ooh, it's getting better. The ducks keep telling me they're going to have a riot. This is really... Oh my god, some of them are like banging. Eee. How was your stream, Slag? Sally's researching! The drone is ending. I did change the research task as well. To... What did I change it to? I changed it to tree sowing. Which is probably worse than actually trying to get them to do permission. So I should probably switch to that. Because why would I want them to learn how to do things? Cut the rice? Shouldn't they just like automatically be like... Oh, wait, that's not cutting. I guess I could get Sally to prioritize it. Just harvest all this. There you go. It has blight. Oh, so I don't want to harvest it, I just want to cut it. Oh. That sucks. Oh, they'll figure it out. Eventually, maybe. Sally. Prioritize cutting the rice. When she's not sleeping, that is. Look at all the ducks sleeping too. Ah, oh, there's eggs. Prioritize getting the eggs too. How nice. Research doesn't happen without someone on a research table. Pretty fun. I played a game called Mount Your Friends. That's someone on a research table. Yeah, well, Sally's on the research table. She's doing it. Process is out here doing something. Oh, she finally killed an alpaca and hunted it. Now she's getting the eggs, and then she can prioritize cutting the rice. Did she just like eat a bad egg or something? Oh, she's fixing the base. Oh, she's doing the grass now. How about you just prioritize cutting all this? Let's prioritize sowing the entire area, huh? How about that? And Sally, you just keep plugging away at the bug. You'll be fine. There's more eggs. Oh, Process is cooking eggs! And then storing them instead of eating them? Oh, Process is trying to convince Grace again. They stopped mining? Yes, they did stop mining. It's a low priority. But hey, Grace might pick it up. Oh, look at Process. They're sowing grass. Oh, look, we're going to have way more grass than the ducks. Let's go. There we go. We won't have the weird line now. Look, they're chatting to them again. Sally's back on the research. More grass or ass. Grace doesn't hate us as much. We should give Grace a torch. Maybe. We can have a wall lamp torch. Yeah. We'll all have wall lamp torches. This mining space... Oh, I need to zone this all properly. So stockpiling here. Wait, can I just select this and just do expand zone? There we go. This entire space right now. And then the storage of that is literally for raw resources. Nothing manufactured. No foods are going in there. Which is fine. No, I'm just going to get into... I'll leave it as it is. I don't need to mine it all out. It'll be fine. All my ducks are smiling at me. What's going wrong? Psychodrone females is gone. The blight on the rice plants is gone. Unless that yellow stuff there is the blight. Why are they all smiling at me so much? Who's... Other than the fact they're both ready for a major break. Process, where are you? Oh, just hanging out with the ducks. Sowing. Oh, you're trying to do a... you can actually get a rewarded points in my channel for doing the actual thing where you do 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. You actually pull it off. Oh, Process keeping the campfire alive. So if you do 1 smiley faces, then 2, then 3, then 2, then 1, it makes a pyramid. You get rewarded channel points. Not channel points, but like points. Since I set up Stream Elements, we've had points on for people to do betting. But I've never talked about it because I didn't want it to absolutely flood my chat and have that type of engagement. But you could probably do, I think, what's the command? It's like exclamation mark bet or something. There you go. I'm pretty sure we have betting on too. So if you do, let me find out what the command is. Chat bots, modules, chat alerts, vote kick, roulette, bingo, emote pyramids, raffle, duel, 8-ball slot machine. So there's a quote section. I'm not adding anything to the quotes. Loyalty settings, leaderboards, current, all time. Base, you have 38,100 points. So you could just like bet it all away if you wanted. They're low on food, they need warm clothes, tattered apparel. They have no means of heating anything. They're working on stuff. And Process is having a bloody tantrum. And we have visitors. Right, Sally, where's the visitors? Come to location. Sally, can you be busy talking to them in a second? Are they the same visitors? No, we have 2 different sets of visitors all coming at the same time. Close the screen, can't see shit. Oh, I forgot I have my... Yeah, give me a second, let me just turn that off. Just showing everything I didn't actually want to show off. I forgot I had that scene on. Sally, can you talk to Guzman or something? He's a sheriff. Can you talk to Martha? Doesn't want to talk to any of them right now. She doesn't have like no social. She has 6 social. Why won't Sally talk to them? The trade. Oh, there we go. Now she can trade. Let me go trade with them real quick. And then go talk to Squish, Martha, and everyone else. So we could buy Komodo. We could afford Komodo as another person. We could have... what's wrong with him though? He's a botanist. Mostly modified by gene entering. Okay, so we could buy herbal medicine or components. Should we buy a person? Is it worth buying a person? Is it worth buying Komodo? I can't afford it anyway. Right. Well, I can't afford anything from you except for all of this. Which... I'm just gonna buy, like... $50 of this. Right. Now trade with these guys. Packaged survival meat. They have 3. Components, cloth, and medicine. We'll take all your medicine. A charge rifle, normal. A parka. We have some stuff we could sell. A pack of wool pants. I'll take the meats for now as well. We have nothing to offer in exchange. We just want to make sure that we can keep everyone alive. We can at least convince Grace. We can then... Oh, we can't trade with them. We can at least dismiss this trader. Process offers the meats to Grace, which is fine. Alright, Process and after right is now remembering, hey, maybe I should fix what I've broken. Process is still trying to negotiate with Grace to become friends with Grace again. The visitors from the Union leaving, so Grace is now becoming less resistant to joining us. We should have just been doing this with Golly from the get-go too. Process is fixing the research bench as well. And then the beds. And then cleaning up the rubble. Well, Sally plays games. Construction 6 needed. Cryptos are passing by. Oh. They're just waltzing through. They're not actually after anything. They're just passing through this area. Are those donkeys? Wait a second. If we have the opportunity to tame a donkey, I want it to happen. Whether it's going to hamper my experience or not. Oh, Sleg's out here. Sleg's a healthy female mare. Sleg, if you're still here, you are actually in my game. If you say anything, it'll appear. Sleg's just chilling, just sleeping over here. Mark these for harvest as well. We'll just try and mark what we can for harvest. No, there's some taming in here that I don't want. I just want to do the veg. Harvest what you can. Deconstruct the rest. You're a healthy female, Slag. A little mare. A mare of the night, if you will. A nightmare. Oh, the CEO of that of the astronomer company has resigned. That's hilarious. That's actually so funny. Right, orders, mining. Mine all this too. Must ignite impossible one rock. Right. Alright, Sally's gonna work on this. It's funny. Yeah, it is. It's so funny. I can't, like, you know, it makes sense he quit. We're getting raided. Go to location. Oh shit, we've got one of these guys. Right, you on draft. I need you here. Like, now. And you on draft. I need you here now. As fast as you can. If we can rescue them, it's just extra resource drain though, but the extra hands make the resource drain not so bad. Where are they? Oh, Raven's down here. They're definitely getting shot. Right. Sally's on the brink of... Sally's beating up Grace for some reason. Sally, what are you doing? She's in a sadistic rage. Process, I need you to go here. I need you to fire at Raven. So Sally's she's just lost her mind. Oh my god. This is really bad. Grace isn't going to want to join us. Process is getting hit by Raven. Raven's burning down our the bloody no. Right, your priority, Sally, is to put this fire out. The ducks are gonna die, all because Sally decided to have a mental break at this next raid. A sadistic rage. She's not even using it to fight Raven. She's just sat there. She used it to beat up Grace for some reason. At least Process is learning how to shoot from this. But Sally's just like... not doing it. What are you doing, Sally? Fleeing? No, drafted. Get in here. Oh, she undrafted. That's why. Okay. Base is no longer capable of walking. No! No! This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my god, this is really bad. The house is gonna burn down. Sally's in a rage. The ducks are dying. There's a fire that they're just now paying attention to. Process is ready to have a tantrum. Well, they've had a tantrum. Raven's just... Sally, I need you closer. I need you up close. I don't care if you're injured because you got beaten up. because you're a dumb bitch. Just get in here and fight. Get closer. Process is now down, Sally, because you're a dunce. Process is going to get themselves to bed. Sally, you get better clutch this. If this is how my stream ends today, because you decided to have a freak out because you were about to get raided. Process is dragging themselves to bed right now, and you beat up the one person that might have turned to help us. Sally, this is all your fault. If you don't win this, you fool. Just, oh my fucking god. Neville, I don't know who you are. Whoever you are, Neville. I'm drafting you into here to fucking fire Raven. Thank you. Right. Neville, rescue Sally. Process is sort of sorting himself out. Oh no, Process is going to bleed out on the floor. This isn't good. No, no. Alright, pause time, undraft. Rescue Process next. Neville. Rescue Process. I don't know who you are, Neville. But I need you to have like 3 healing on you. And then I need you to also... I just need you to sort of heal them if you can. Do you do healing? Right, priority 1. Firefighting's not a problem right now. Warden, you can 1 that too. Cooking, you can 1 that. Handling, basics. Bed rest is going to be a 2 priority. Hunting is a 4 priority. Constructing is a 4 priority. Mining is a 4 priority. You got a man in black. Is that good or bad? Because the game felt bad for me. It has been 4 hours in this playthrough. Right, okay, he's healing people. Nobody is to tell Process that they died because of Sally. Nobody is to tell them what happened. Nobody is to tell them what happened here today. If I find out any of you tell Process what happened to them because of Sally, I'll turn the stream off. I'll leave. I'll walk. I'll go out the door. I'll be gone. I can't be having this. I'm not dealing with that. I made a deal that they'd stop trying to eat them, so I'd play Repo on Thursday. I'm going to add that to my calendar now. And until then, I'm just going to try and keep them alive. I captured them from the wild, took care of them, gave them a bed, and they died. And I'm not ready to emotionally process that right now. That's evil face. That's the worst thing you could have done there. Sally, you dumb bitch. How do I change Sally's name? Face, how do I change Sally's name? This warg sitting here. But if you could just quickly prioritize making that little sarcophagus. Based on her away, she will leave the map unless the animal handler ropes her back to a pen. But at least he's keeping Grace alive. His construction skill is too low to construct the sarcophagus. I'm so upset with Sally right now. I am so actively upset with Sally right now. Face, I have no idea. Pretty much, I thought it was going to be until this run ends. I gave this run 3 hours. You won't fix the fence either. Thanks, Face. I'm so... I'm so mad. I'm so actively mad. This game is so much fucking fun. That's the worst thing that could have happened in this situation, and it happened actively in front of me. Oh. Neville. Face is fully healed at least. Please, just start working on the bushes, Nev. Or trying to convince Grace to join the team. I'm so... Yeah, stop. Yeah. Don't prioritize fixing this so we can get the ducks back in. You know, get our ducks back in line. He butched a construction job, that's fine. He can't make a sarcophagus because he's too dumb. Where's dumb bitch going? No! No! You get back over here. Mad squirrel? Fucking hell. You absolute... actively being attacked by the squirrel. Get it! Get it! Get it! Oh god. Dumb bitch, the dumbest bitch. Animal training. You can assign a tame animal to be trained in specific skills on the training tab or on the animals tab. Animals can't be trained continuously, they need time between sessions. Neville, just... He's no longer good. she can look after you, and you look after her, and one of you has to look after Grace at some point, and convince Grace to rejoin the team after the dumbest bitch decided to attack her. Where is she going? You don't get to do that. You don't get to have fun. You fix what's broken because of your dumb actions. Where is she going? She's just ignoring what I've ordered her to do. So let's go for a walk in a mine. Get it out of the system. She can just get it out of the system. Or at least Neville's done a good job at making Grace potentially stay. We had a ding then. Quest expired. No, you fix this too. Because then your next step, you dumb bitch, is to build the sarcophagus for process. You don't botch it either. Because then you're going to take process, you're going to strip them. And then you're going to bury them. Disease malaria. One of my... Neville, the teacher, is sick from malaria. Grande. Great. Fine. Neville seems all healed up, which is good. No. Strip this lady. Why is she going berserk? Spoilage and freezers. She's gone berserk. She'll attack anyone she sees. This happened because of poor mood. She was recreation deprived. Oh, she didn't get to play. No, 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 no. Ignore. Flee, actually. Just flee from her constantly. Don't be concerned about her. Don't fight her, just run off. It's very quiet. I'm so bloody stressed. Neville, don't die to her. Don't continue your jobs. I know I prioritise them. Run off. Hide. Close the doors behind you. Oh. Neville, can you arrest her maybe? Draft you. Don't fire at will. Neville, rescue her. He's tending to her as well, which is good. Where's he going? He's just going for a little walk. That's what he's doing. I think he's just fed Grace bad eggs. I'm pretty sure he's just fed Grace bad eggs. Grace is just losing her mind constantly now. Medical treatment needed. Neville will get to that. He's feeding the dumb bitch an egg. She's no longer capable of walking good, she can get back to work. Right, Neville's trying to convince Grace to join the team. Grace doesn't hate us as much anymore, and dumb bitch is back at work. Hiding room, Neville. He's hiding his room. Poor mood. Intense pain. Neville? Can you, like, get yourself into bed? Oh, he's just hiding in here because he hurts. I'm just going to leave them to it. What's his intense pain? Is just that... Oh, he's got malaria minor. He's malnutritious. He's got a crack in his clavicle. He's bruised. He's got a crack in his femur too. How are you walking about with cracks in your femur, bud? Alright, the dumb bitch is... She's close to losing her mind, but at least she'll calm down because she'll have recreational. Right, she's no longer guilty. Wait, dumb bitch, you have a chance to redeem yourself by rescuing Jack. We can look after him. Nope, Jack left. I can't get into this place even though I tried mining it, it's just not going to work. And Neville's still freaking out. I can't get him to go to bed. He just needs to get over his freak out. He hates the dumb bitch. He's trying to get on with people. I feel sorry for him. He's literally just in panic mode until this is over. He's sitting alone. Right, yeah, rest here. Rest until healed. Malaria minor tended, quality 44%. Right, so he's not too bad with the malaria, even though it's in his whole body. And dumb bitch is trying to heal him up. Dumb bitch also just needs to rest until she's healed. I'm at a loss. I really am. But you work on cleaning this place up. You clean the storeroom too. Shack of goodies, Ambrosius sprout. Oh, this can all be harvested, can't it? Oh, they're just growing, okay. She's still trying to heal Neville up, which is good. Neville's just is going to come back to health, and then he'll just carry. His malaria is now at the extreme point. She fed him an egg at least, as long as it doesn't give him food poisoning, which will kill him. Grace is going berserk. We can live out Grace going berserk right now. Neville's just died. Neville has just died. Chat room, I think we're coming slowly or quite quickly to the end of our run because Grace is going to beat her up. I only hope. Come on, Grace. Get her. She's got to break through that second door. Can Grace do it? Dumb bitch stunned her. And dumb bitch is out. Is Grace going to finish her off? Because Neville died of his bloody malaria. Man in Black. Process is gone. They're in the sarcophagus. Neville hid in his room. There was a sack of goodies that I was never going to be able to reach. And then Neville caused... Malaria caused Neville to crumble. Grace is now collapsed. Unconscious. Dumb bitch can't walk. Neville's lying dead in his bed of malaria next to her. And Grace is right there. Who we're going to attempt again to heal up. And restore to full health as soon as she can get out of bed when she has rested, for which she has malnutrition, a crack in her clavicle, some bruises in her prosthetic arm, her malnutrition is moderate, she has a cracked humerus, and she's got bruises all over and a cut in her shoulder. But hey, the ducks are alive and thriving over here. So there were definitely some mistakes I made along the way here. Grace has died too. That's even worse. Grace just... What's Grace died of? Malnutrition. Extreme malnutrition. Okay. One of the ducks just walks straight into the house. Is that one of ours? It is one of ours. It's one of the faces that's moved back in. So not only do we need to dig probably a bunch more graves, we have to pray that Grace survives her not being able to walk illness and malnutrition due to being in shock because of her pain. Medical emergency, she's going to die. That explains why that was so high up her list. If she dies due to her extreme malnutrition because she can't walk right now, everyone is dead or gone, the story is over. Perhaps someone else will find use for the ruins of this place. Create new wanderers, must wait 8 hours. Chat room, I think that's the end of the rimworld run. I think we happily call that the end. That was probably 2.5 hours longer than I thought it was going to be. That was a good run. That was a lot of fun as an intro run. The next time I play this, I'm definitely probably going to get my handheld a lot more.
I love it.
Oh, I just got deafened by the person that I just channel loaded.
Let's go here.
They're like talking right into that microphone. Why is it 91%? There we go.
Yes, $3.
We're gonna raid into Boodles. So I introduced to them yesterday by Ghost and Kip. So I'm gonna send you guys over there now. They're playing a game called Road 96. It's a game I actually intended to play on stream at some point. So you can sit and watch them now, or you can stay and watch me later. But I'm going to send you over. I hope you'll have a good evening. I will be back